Hello. Good morning. Good morning and welcome to the December 11th, 2025 Oregon Transportation Commission meeting. This morning, I just want to thank everyone that has come to testify either virtually or in person. And I'm going to ask you to try to stay within your 2-minute limit. If you go over, you'll see me do this, which means wrap it up. We need to move on just because there's a lot of people that would like to testify today. And this is a really important subject that I think we want to take the time to hear as many people or everyone that has signed up. And we've also received, I think it was 116 different comments more. Oh, there's more. I haven't checked my inbox this morning. So we've been trying to go through all those and as the commission, it's been a little daunting trying to make sure that we hear the voices of all Oregonians on this subject. With that said, the one thing that I did need to announce is that Commissioner Chapman has stepped down from the commission due to personal reasons. And it is really, really unfortunate that we have lost a commission member who has been working so much on this project, although her voice isn't silent. She's still communicating with all of us, but at this point, she could no longer stay on the commission. So I'm going to, again, I think we'll just move on right into our comment period so that we can get as many people heard as quickly as possible. So I think our first person this morning to speak is Senator Suzanne Weber. She is virtual. Good morning, Senator.
Thank you and good morning. Can you hear me?
We can.
Oh, good.
Loud and clear.
Good. I'm coming to you this morning from the rainy Oregon coast. For the record, my name is Suzanne Weber, and it's my privilege to represent Tillamook, Clatsop, Columbia, as well as parts of Washington, Multnomah, and Yamhill counties in the Oregon Senate. And I'm here today to voice my opposition to using $167 million in available funding for the Rose Quarter project. I'm not here to oppose the project as a concept, but I cannot support spending so much state funding on a project that has been mismanaged by ODOT in a time when state budgets are in grave danger. In 2017, the legislature provided ODOT with $8 billion in funding to complete the projects when they passed the laughable Keep Oregon Moving Act. In reality, that money did not keep Oregon moving. And since to this day, projects and a number of other items are still not completed 8 years later. In 2019, there was a presentation to the legislature. ODOT told the legislators that the project was still projected to cost around $500 million, which has been provided by that same Keep Oregon Moving Act. If I'm not mistaken, it's projected to have ballooned to over $2 billion. And I say this is enough. Highway 6 in Tillamook County is literally about to fall into the Wilson River between mileposts 31 and 35. There was a bump on Highway 26 in Clatsop County that a car once hit, caught air, and landed down an embankment. It was repaired, but it is reemerging, and it will require more work. I could talk to you about Highway 30. I can talk to you about Highway 101 between Rockaway and Wheeler that is not unlike the troublesome 31 to 35 on Highway 6. It will need additional work. And then what will we discover when all of the water recedes after the floods? These highways are what keeps our counties economically viable. You have been given enough funding to complete the Rose Quarter project, yet it has not been completed. In fact, it is barely started. If budgetary realities cannot be successfully faced, you will likely face political ones. A bloated transportation bill that offers no accountability for ODOT failures was shoved down the throats of Oregonians, and that politically overcalculation has led to a citizen's referral that has already garnered twice as many signatures as required to be placed on the ballot. And if it does go to the ballot, the chance of that funding remaining is incredibly slim. These dollars should not be used for a project that ODOT has shown it is not, it is incapable of managing. Rather, those dollars, which may soon become quite scarce, should be used for other important roads in the state. There are Highway 6s, 26s, 101s, and 30s all over Oregon. While ODOT fiddles, our roads continue to burn. It's time for dumping endless dollars into the Rose Quarter project with no tangible results. It must end. Shelve the project until we have more certain funding and the leadership to accomplish it. That concludes my testimony, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to be able to be here this morning.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Okay. Next, we have an in-person Jana Jarvis. And I'm going to have staff move the clock to 3 minutes. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the commission. I'm Jana Jarvis, President, and I am here today to ask you to continue to move forward with the Rose Quarter project for a variety of reasons. I know this is counter to what you've just heard from the senator, but the simple fact of the matter is that the negotiations in House Bill 2017 were very complicated. And it was a large group of folks that came to the table and made agreements about what it would take to move Oregon forward. And the Rose Quarter project if you look at section 71 in the House Bill 2017, the Rose Quarter project was the only project in the mega project list that had dedicated funding. Now, subsequent to that bill, that funding got redirected. But I will tell you that the Oregon Trucking Association took a 53% tax increase, and they took it specifically for the Rose Quarter project. It's one of the top 20 bottlenecks in the nation. On the list, 100 of the top 100 bottlenecks. Our industry, millions and millions of dollars in delay time. And it's an important piece for moving freight, that freight route from both across from the I-5 bridge down through the Rose Quarter. That's an integral freight route, not only for Oregon, but for the entire West Coast. And we need to continue to develop that project. It creates some efficiencies in that area. It's the only 2-lane urban freeway between Canada and Mexico. The only 2-lane urban freeway. And it's long overdue. I would ask that you consider moving the project forward, at least incrementally, because the minute we stop that project, you will lose trust with the truckers. And when you come back for additional funding in the future, you will have an organization that will not be interested in supporting additional increases in the future. So with that, I would thank you for your time this morning and the ability to come here and speak to you today. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have, I believe John is virtual. Yeah, they're trying to pull him in. Okay, we'll move to Cassie Wilson, and then we'll come back to John if he can accept. Okay, so Cassie.
Good morning, Chair Brown, Vice Chair Byer, and members of the commission. My name is Cassie Wilson, and I'm the legislative manager for 1000 Friends of Oregon. I'm here to testify in support of option 3 for next steps for the Rose Quarter project. Our transportation system is at a tipping point. We have built a system we cannot afford to maintain. Hundreds of state employees who keep our highways clear and open remain in limbo, along with the fate of our roads being maintained this winter, as the little revenue the legislature passed is now facing a referral. For years, the legislature focused its investments on new projects instead of maintaining the infrastructure we already have, and now it has caught up to us. The state would be irresponsible to embark on constructing another major project that it cannot afford to complete. The Abernathy Bridge still needs to be paid off. Other local bridge projects have had their funding taken to help move these mega projects forward. At some point, we can't keep scraping by and have to choose to prioritize keeping roads open across the state rather than adding new lanes. These projects were supposed to be paid for in large part by road pricing, which has since gone away without a new revenue tool to replace it. It is still incredibly disappointing that the federal government rescinded the Reconnecting Communities grant to reconnect Albina, and frustrating that the high cost of freeway expansions are getting in the way of that long overdue work. I'm glad that Congress has just this week introduced a new bill to bring back the vision of this program. The funding shortfalls of our transportation system are going to compound on each other. TriMet is already facing devastating service cuts, which I imagine will only get worse if the funding repeal goes through. This will force more people into cars, worsening climate, safety, and mobility goals. Freeway expansions have been a costly, temporary solution to a traffic problem that needs to be addressed by reducing the number of single occupancy vehicles on our roads. Congestion pricing, transit-oriented development, and inner-city rail are solutions which have a greater positive impact for far more people. I appreciate this commission taking the time to step back and think carefully about the financial future of our statewide transportation system and how to keep the roads open in communities across the state. And also just want to extend my thanks to Commissioner Chapman for her service. I'll miss hearing her perspective here. Thanks.
Thank you. Next, I believe John Washington has joined us.
Good morning, Transportation Committee, Madam Chair. You know, there's a history, and it seems that these types of projects have always been somehow or another start out on a track, and then somehow or another we wind up finding ourselves here. It almost reminds me of a lot of the past covert discriminatory practices that have gone on for years in the state of Oregon. Look, we started a process. We know what the essential problem was on the I-5 corridor. The problem ain't going to go away. No matter where we redirect the money, whatever we're doing, the problem is still there. Truckers still got the same issues. We still got the same bottlenecks. The bottom line is we started something together. Let's finish it. This whole idea of always redirecting and coming to this same conclusion each time, we find that we as a community of Black people seem to have some opportunity to grow ourselves and to advance some of our agendas in our communities. It's met with this type of situation. If you look around, if this project wasn't there, would these same people be here trying to prevent us from accomplishing this same outcome? It's just getting ludicrous. And because you can come out from behind the trees to be able to determine how you could influence or affect an outcome of this nature, it's just getting to be a little bit overwhelming. So I just encourage the committee at this point in time, we support option one. The bottom line is the project still has to move forward to advance these agendas. And so I would encourage us to continue to look at this project and to continue to advance it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, John. Okay, I believe next is Joe Courtwright. Okay. We're back on track.
Good morning, Chair Brown and members of the Commission. For the record, Joe Courtwright. I'm an economist with City Observatory. ODOT's chronic financial problems have now metastasized into a full-blown financial crisis. And this isn't about any one project. The problem is systemic. ODOT consistently overestimates its revenues and underestimates its costs, and commits to projects without knowing their ultimate costs or how it will pay for them. And it uses debt to paper over these problems. It's really clear that you've overestimated revenues and that they're imploding. House Bill 3991 is in abeyance given the likely referral and is likely to be defeated. That means that you now have to deal with those cuts not in 24 months, but in 18 months, which makes them far worse. At every turn, your staff has been wildly optimistic in its revenue assumptions. You launched the Abernathy Bridge based on an assumption that you would get hundreds of millions of dollars in toll revenue, which didn't appear. You counted on $750 million from a federal grant for the Rose Quarter, which you didn't get. The Trump administration clawed back nearly all of the $450 million that was awarded to the project by President Biden. And the federal government could eliminate $2 billion that the Biden administration awarded to the Interstate Bridge project if it doesn't start construction by September of next year, which seems increasingly likely. So at every point, you've overestimated revenues. And at the same time, we've consistently underestimated expenditures and how much these things will cost. In the next few days, and I'm surprised it's not on your agenda today, you will get a new interstate bridge replacement cost estimate that will push the total price tag likely to the $9 to $10 billion range, and you don't have the funding for that. The Rose Quarter, as we know, quadrupled from $450 million to $2 billion. The Abernathy Bridge tripled. These increases are not inflation. These increases are vastly greater than inflation, which, by the way, was built into the original cost estimates. Your job as commissioners, essentially as the board of directors, is to be the adults in the room, to insist on prudent overall financial practices. The piecemeal approach to addressing these somewhat meritorious projects is to simply extend and pretend that we assume that things will just be fine at some point and the funding will magically appear. And in the meantime, we've used debt, and both the short-term debt and highway user revenue bonds, to paper over these problems. The trouble with that is that makes our financial problem even worse. You've simply failed to consider right-sizing any of these projects, which are quite bloated. 60% of the IBR project has nothing to do with the bridge. It's widening and widening the freeway, building an elevated roadway, and rebuilding 7 intersections. As I said last month, a good rule of thumb that the commission should use is don't start something you can't finish. You need to make sure that you know what it will cost, that you have forward, and that you can pay for it. Again, the financial crisis that you're facing now is not temporary. It's not related to one project. It's deep-seated and systemic, and you, as the board of directors of the state's transportation effort, need to look at long-term fixes. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next is Bryson Davis.
Good morning, members of the OTC. Thank you for your time. The key stakeholders on this project are united in their support to continue this work. They've been working tirelessly with ODOT to put together a comprehensive vision that had support across the spectrum of interest for a project that could transform a portion of Portland that was devastated by the urban renewal policies of the 60s and 70s. The OTC should not be changing priorities away from such transformative work. ODOT promised the Albina community that it would stand by and support this project in response to questions about whether this would have a real impact or just be hot air. Option 3 would confirm to those who had no faith in government supporting its marginalized communities that they were right all along. One of the key reasons that we are in this place with this project is the reallocation of project funds to the Abernathy Bridge. Still available is a second slap in the face of each and every member of the Albina community. Delay is not good enough either. We've all seen how delaying has added millions to the project cost, lost funding that was previously secured, and eroded public trust in the state government's ability to do meaningful work. If Phase B is completed and Phase 1C is designed and ready to go, the risk that delays will beget further delays and costs will continue to balloon out of control will be minimized. ODOT will hit the ground running when the remaining funding is made available. However, ODOT should not be moving forward alone. What option 1 fails to acknowledge and account for is working with the other partners on this project, the City of Portland, Metro, the members of the Historic Albina Advisory Board, and the Trailblazers. The option 4 that was proposed by Mayor Wilson, Metro President Peterson, Metro Councilor Gonzalez, Metro Councilor Simpson, and Albina Vision Trusts ensures that the partners remain at the table. This project is one of the very few projects in this day and time where tradespeople, nonprofit leaders, a professional sports team, transportation unions, local government leaders, and even some urbanists like me who want to see a better, connected, and walkable community can come together behind a unified vision. No project is perfect, and each group has compromised to make sure the bigger vision will benefit all of us, that will benefit all of us. You heard Ms. Jarvis talk about the compromise the Trucking Association has made. You heard Mr. Washington talk about the continued compromises that the albino community continues to make. The OTC should stand behind the morals of unity, compromise, and progress towards repairing the harms that these government bodies caused in the past. Many in the albino community are grasping at the last bit of hope that the state government has caused so much harm in the past will make good on the promises of a brighter and prosperous future. Please give them a reason to continue to hold on to that hope. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we have Chris Smith.
Good morning. I assume I'm next.
You are.
Chair Brown, members of the commission, Chris Smith representing the No More Freeways campaign. You have several hundred emails from our supporters highlighting the fiscal issue that others have talked about, so I won't dwell on that. I do want to talk a little bit about Phase 1B itself, which has not received a lot of discussion. Federal rules require that a project phase have independent utility. And I'll quote from the rules on what that means. They say, be usable and be a reasonable expenditure, even if no additional transportation improvements in the area are made. So my question for you is whether Phase 1B passes that test. Looking at the slides that you're going to see in a bit, the one substantive immediate improvement to the transportation system from Phase 1B seems to be easing a pinch point where I-84 merges into I-5 North. My question to you is, absent the rest of the Rose Quarter project, would you spend $167 million to make that improvement? I don't see how you could answer that with a straight-faced yes. I think the other telling thing from the project description is that it describes that it will widen the bridge over the transit center, but will not be able to stripe a lane because it would immediately run into the abutment at the Wilder overpass. It'll be another one of those stubs in the freeway system that we see all over the region where somebody spent money to potentially connect to a future improvement that never happened. I don't think you want to be responsible for that. The other aspect of this that I want to talk about that's in the slides, it's not a decision item today, but the slides do talk about potential cost reductions and make the case that it is not possible to reduce the width of the covers and save money that way. We don't believe that's true. We don't see the logic in doubling the width of the existing freeway simply to add a couple of auxiliary lanes. It is over-engineered and over-designed. The shoulders are excessive, the lane widths are excessive, and we believe that there's actually a future additional lane available to be restriped in the future, and that is part of our lawsuit over this project. Finally, I want to reflect on something you discussed in your last meeting when you talked about the Center Street Bridge in Salem and the importance of seismic lifeline routes. Having served on the Planning Commission in Portland for 12 years, I appreciate seismic issues. One of the reasons our organization was neutral on Phase 1A is that it does in fact include seismic mitigations. But I want to point out that if you're prioritizing things on the basic of seismic resilience, the seismic lifeline project in the Portland metro area is the Burnside Bridge, which at the moment only enjoys $20 million in state funding. Please look at your priorities for how you're balancing the transportation system and don't make any commitments today that you'll regret. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Angela Smith. Okay, Spencer Johnson.
Good morning, members of the committee. My name is Spencer Johnson. I'm not affiliated with any group, just a citizen. My item is a little different maybe than some of the others today, but as the last meeting of the year, I wanted to make sure that I could provide a comment. In November of 2010, a letter was written by the Insurance Institute of Highway Safety, the IIHS, and delivered to the Director of Vehicle Programs for the American Association of Motor Vehicles, AAMVA. The intent was to convince the AAMVA that K trucks, small Japanese trucks, were unfit for American public roadways. The AAMVA subsequently published a document titled Best Practice Regarding Transportation and Titling of Mini Trucks in January of 2011. This document echoed many of the sentiments in the original letter, concluding with an official best practice recommending that jurisdictions should neither title nor register these vehicles. The document was later revised and re-released in 2021 with a more aggressive and restrictive tone, not only to prevent off-road mini trucks from being used on public roadways, but to discourage the registration of all 25 or older year-old JDM, Japanese domestic market vehicles that were not built to Federal Motor Vehicle Safety Standards, MFVSS. This prompted ODOT to stop titling and registering these vehicles, so far as to revoke existing registrations, resulting in an outright ban. The letter categorized them as low-speed vehicles and, quote, mini trucks were imported as road vehicles, thus evading MNVSS altogether. At least one mini truck manufacturer has opened a plant in the United States and sells the Tiger as an LSV, end quote. This language leads to the first point of confusion, the conflation of K trucks with off-road mini trucks. The IAHS cited the Tiger truck as a primary example of an off-road LSV unfit for American highways. These Chinese manufactured mini trucks were and still are primarily designed for off-road and industrial use. These concerns that they had of them are legitimate, but only for these Tiger trucks and not 4K trucks. The document includes several reasons why mini trucks shouldn't be allowed on roads, many of which are opinion. For example, it claims that mini trucks restrict vehicle body size and engine displacement and fall under standards that differ significantly from North American safety standards. However, MFVSS has no specific mandates on body size or on engine displacement. Other safety concerns about not having DOT tires are incorrect. They would all fit under DOT regulations and sizing. The other items that there are concerns about airbags, which in Japan since 1999 wouldn't be withstanding. As well, someone's 1955 Buick or their 1965 Mustang can still be titled and be on the road in Oregon anywhere. What these vehicles do have, these K trucks, is safety glass, seat belts, horns, reflectors, lights, everything that they should. As well, they're infinitely more safe than any motorcycle or scooter could be. They are practical, efficient, and uniquely suited for real-world applications. They're low cost, they're fuel efficient. They can be used for businesses, farms, nurseries, campuses, local delivery services, and even food trucks. As well, K-trucks are already on our roads. They're either registered in Washington or Montana, and they're driven every day. We lose the registration and title funds on each one of these vehicles when we don't allow them to be titled in the state of Oregon. As well, more rural DMVs will title these vehicles in Oregon and give them Oregon plates. And these owners might not even know the legal trouble they could be in if someone decided to remove that registration that was to them legal at the time. I'm not asking for special treatment, only consistency. If Oregon permits the registration of 25-year and older imported vehicles from Europe, South America, and elsewhere, as well as for classic cars and trucks built here in the United States, the same standards should apply to K trucks. Thank you.
Thank you, Spencer. Next, we have Scott Hilson. Okay. All right. James. So now we're going to in-person. James Posey? Is James here? Okay. We don't show him. Okay, so then we're going to move on to Nate McCoy.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you, Chair, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Nate McCoy, President and CEO of the largest chapter of the National Association of Minority Contractors here in the Oregon State. Representing contractors of color who rely on steady, predictable public project pipelines to sustain their businesses, employ diverse workforce, and support their communities is so vitally important. I don't even have to tell y'all how important that is. Today, I want to encourage and be very clear. NAMAC Oregon strongly supports moving forward with option one. This combined approach protects jobs, preserves equity commitments, and keeps economic opportunities in existence on the streets. Let me say that again. The combined approach protects jobs, preserves the equity commitments we've heard of, and keeps economic opportunities viable on the streets. We must ask ourselves, are we morally valuing these commitments that we've already put ourselves in place for? We have to start what we have finished. First, let me break it down. Option one keeps people working. As a practicing designer myself, I know what that feels like. We must not let these projects pause. Our small businesses, especially businesses owned by people of color, will feel the immediate impacts overnight. Demobilizing a local workforce only to remobilize years later is wasteful and harmful to our community. Option one uses the already obligated $167.5 million, advancing critical safety and operational improvements and maintaining visible construction activity heading into the 2027 long session. Second, important too, option one prevents unnecessary costs. Demobilization scheduled for early 2027 will cost money that should be instead supporting jobs, apprenticeship, a local supplier community, as well as contractors. Moving option one now avoids that loss and maintains momentum. Third, NAMAC Oregon urges you to continue PE work identified in option one. We cannot risk the 67.5 RCN grant, which is restricted to Broadway Wilder. Completing design now creates a full construction-ready package, making this project competitive for future federal grants and easier for the legislature to fund in 2027. This is not just a transportation decision. It's an economic recovery decision for our communities. Our region has spent years, 10 years I've been at NAMAC, I've spent on this project, flying to DC to testify in front of the White House and many others, as well as coming here to Salem on many occasions. A long pause would set back that progress and destabilize firms that are waiting for the next big project or any projects that are delayed. Advancing option one is the responsible path forward for public dollars, for community benefits, and for the diverse contracting ecosystem of Oregon, which has always been here when we were in times of need and recovery and going through recessions. Thank you for your leadership, and especially Alicia Chapman, who is already a NAMAC member, for the opportunity to speak today. And lastly, I will just say, remember, we desperately need to get people working in our state of Oregon. So thank you for the hard work, Chris Strickler and team. We appreciate you and implore you to make the right decision.
Thank you for your comments. Next, JT, you're up.
Good morning, Chair Brown, commissioners. Before you, under different circumstances, had some thoughts prepared, but I think it's better to go off the cuff here. I just got out of a vehicle, came down here with, name for the record.
Yes,
I'm
thank
so
you.
sorry. JT Flowers, Director of Government Affairs at the Albina Vision Trust. I represent District 5 on the TriMet board, and also I'm on the board of the Williams and Russell CDC as the chair. I'm a child who was born and raised in the neighborhood that I still serve to this day. I don't have to emphasize the importance of this project to you all. But I think I'm coming back into this work 5 days after the end of my paternity leave with an entirely different perspective on why this work matters, right? When I held my son in my arms for the first time, it became painfully apparent that all of this work that all of us have been doing, yourselves included, is for generations that are just being born, generations of Oregonians that have yet to be born to enjoy, to bear the fruits of. We are here trying to tend to the soil, trying to plant seeds, and trying to build a future worth inheriting for those folks. In the process of this work, which is often deeply contentious, which oftentimes from an outside perspective can seem extremely divisive, we have managed as a community to pull ourselves together closer than we've ever been. We've managed to build real power through community. And that is what this project does. I don't say it lightly when I say this is the most transformative transportation infrastructure project in the history of the state of Oregon. We have never had a project that filled so many needs. And scaling a project to this size, of course, there are challenges. It's costly. It's also politically costly. Many of you on this dais have paid the price. I know that many of us in community have had to expend tremendous amounts of personal and political capital to keep this project alive. What we're asking today is not necessarily for you to choose one option over the other, right? What we're asking for you to do is to think about the history of commitments our state has made, not just to this community, but to those future generations who are going to inherit what we build today, and to stand firmly on a path forward that not only keeps this project alive, but keeps it moving. I think that's as simply as I could possibly put it. And before my time is completely up here, I just want to thank you all for your leadership. I know that is a consistent feature of anytime I come up and address y'all directly, but it goes without saying that without you folks, we would not be standing here today. So we're eternally grateful to your support and to your leadership. And if all is well, very much look forward to continuing to stay in this fight with you, because it's a fight worth fighting. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, I believe James Posey, is James here? No? Okay. So we're gonna go with Vincent? Okay. So Vincent's not here. Okay, Jeff, got a new?
Good morning. My name is Jeff Goodman. I'm a lifelong resident of Oregon, except for an undergraduate degree in economics from Pomona College and an MBA from the University of Pennsylvania Wharton School of Business with a focus in finance and management. I have worked for Fortune 500 companies. Is that better?
Yes.
Thank you. I have worked for Fortune 500 companies, startups, and mid-sized companies in a variety of financial positions, including analyst, controller, and treasurer. I also served 8 years on the Lake Oswego City Council, where my focus was on infrastructure. Quite simply, you cannot have a first-rate quality of life without a first-rate infrastructure. I was also a candidate for Oregon State Treasurer. I've been engaged civically my entire life, serving on a number of boards, profit and nonprofit, generally as treasurer or chair. I walk almost 2,000 miles a year and have been known on occasion to bicycle to Portland. My comments today are with respect to the financial challenge you are facing on the ODOT's capital projects, in particular, the Interstate Bridge. Although my comments are with respect to the Interstate Bridge, they are applicable to all capital projects. Here are 3 guiding principles that have helped me in capital allocation decisions. First, there is no end to what is requested. Requests will always exceed available funds. Second, if everything is important, then nothing is important. Third, there are no solutions, only trade-offs. The Interstate Bridge. It is very clear, and has been for some time, there are insufficient funds even if the project costs remained at the 3-year-old figure. The fact that up until recently, you as members of the commission were being given current benefit and outdated costs is another problem you should not have had to deal with. But I digress. The likely current cost figure simply is a bigger problem. The solution is clear. 1, continue to seek additional funds. 2, rank all the elements of the project in priority order. For example, what is important? improving exits and entrances to the freeway, improved bike ped connections, or replacing the bridge. I simplify, but the main point remains. What is most important? My next statement will sound arrogant, and I do not mean for it to be. With all the consultants that have been hired and the internal team working on the project, for the commission not to receive this information, estimated ranges of funding on the capital costs and draft priority rankings on a regular basis is unacceptable. To be clear, priority is not the same as phasing. If you were to give me access to the teams of people, I could give you answers to these questions after one day's work. This is not rocket science. It is complex and easy to go down any number of rabbit holes, but it is not hard to establish a priority ranking with approximate ranges of dollars. Thank you for your service, and thank you for this opportunity to speak.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Lillian Stevenson. Is Lillian here? And then Brad Perkins.
Good morning, I'm Brad Perkins. I'm CEO and President of Cascadia High Speed Rail. Glad to have the opportunity to speak. You probably haven't heard much of it in regards to the private party that owns and trademarks the name Cascadia High Speed Rail. But you're looking at the person that has been involved with this project for 20 years. The Monday coming up, we will be hearing some bad news about the extra cost for the interstate crossing. And this is reflective of what we've been trying to do, offer an alternative to not only the crossing, but also what happens at the Rose Quarter. With a station there and 3 different corridors that offer a different way in which we can look at saving money and doing a more efficient and equitable job in providing a great way to get across the Columbia River. Use bridge next to the BNSF bridge that includes 4 lanes for cars as well. You rebuild the foundations of the existing bridge. You got 6 lanes there. We got 4 lanes downriver plus high-speed rail, and also a new bridge, new rails included on the bridge for BNSF and Union Pacific. So what we're talking about here is a shared cost with Union Pacific, Burlington Northern, our company. I just said goodbye to a major investor from Saudi Arabia that's interested in helping us pay for this, our part anyway. And I see a combination of Washington, Oregon's DOTs, as well as we got a letter prepared right now for both governors to take a look at our serious and possible project that, again, we've been working a long time. We covered all our bases. We've designed our corridor. We've done many feasibility studies, economic feasibility studies. So we're not pie in the sky. Lee knows this. I've been at his office a number of times when he was state senator. It's time that we looked at another direction. We've been talking about having high-speed rail in our region, but why not include a bridge that has high-speed rail, freight rail, and another expressway that can connect Washington County to Clark County and have a tie-in at the I-5 up on 78, which is part of our vision. I guess we got thunder happening here, huh? Every time I speak, there's some kind of nuisance going on. Anyway, I'll end it. It looks like I'm really close to my time in it anyway. But with the news coming up this Monday, I think it's really important that the OTC really put their heads together as they're looking at another alternative for getting over the bridge and rebuilding the Rose Quarter and having plenty of jobs for the minority communities as well as the general public. I just see this as a great opportunity for livable communities as well, which the Albina Vision Group is very interested in doing that as well. So thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you for your comment. Anybody else join us? All right. So I think that wraps up our public comment period, or testimonies. I do want to say to everyone in the room, I appreciate each one of you taking the effort to come, to support each other. This is a really, really tough subject for the commission. You know, we are really, really struggling. So we'll have more discussion as we get to this item. But we do appreciate comments, and it's gonna be a difficult day for us, I think. So thank you for taking the time out of your schedule to come and support each other. With that said, I believe at this point, we're going to move on to our next agenda item, which is the director's report. But before we get to that, Director, we want to acknowledge that this is your last commission meeting with us. And I believe the governor's office would like to come up and speak.
Morning, everybody. My name is Kelly Brooks. I'm the Governor's Transportation and Economic Development Advisor. And you all do have a very busy agenda, and I'm going to try not to take up too much time. But the purpose of my being here this morning really is to acknowledge two really important transitions. The first is I do want to recognize Commissioner Chapman's service to this board. I had the chance to get to know her well when she was Commissioner Baker and Commissioner Chapman for the first two appointees that I got the chance to kind of help recruit and move through the process. And we'll miss her and look forward to continuing to work with her in other ways. But what we cannot let go by is today is actually Director Strickler's last OTC meeting. He is the second longest serving director, I believe, if my record is correct. And the reason why, it's important to note that is because this is an incredibly hard, and there aren't very many times you get to step back and just say thank you for serving the state. And so it was important. I'm here on behalf of the governor today. I have a letter that you will get to read on your own time from her directly. But I think when you look back at your tenure, you came in 2019. So 2020 wildfires, not a small thing. Tolling, not a small thing. Rose Quarter, as you're dealing with it right here today, in a way that balancing all of the competing financial challenges we face and the long-term commitments that we really do need to uphold, and the promises that we've made to our partners. All of that is really hard work, and you have done it with grace and with compassion and integrity. So thank you. The state is better because you served the state. And I have a very small token of appreciation that I'm just going to give you and then let you all get back to your work. And thank you all too, actually, just again, I know you're going to come back for another meeting. So thank you very much.
Are you sure?
Yep. So thank you all for, again, being really great listeners and stewards of the process today to help get to the right outcome. So thank you.
Sorry, I had to throw a little humor in there for you.
I'll take it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And before you jump into your report, I know you don't want us to say anything, but I think I want to give the rest of the commission opportunity to jump on this moment to thank you. And I'm going to stop. I'm going to turn to the vice chair and
well, I'll be very quick too. Chris and I have talked a lot over the past. I have noted that I've been involved in transportation, principally from the legislative side for, God, over 30 years. Worked with 5 different transportation directors, and Chris is at the top. I'm very sorry to see you leave. I understand why. You deserve a rest, particularly after the last legislative session. But thank you for everything you've done from back when you were working on the Washington side of the river, as well as to over here, and we'll miss you. I did want to one of the things that really stood out to me is your concern about the ODOT employees and your commitment to taking care of them. And I know at times that disagreed in what you were going to do with where some of the policymakers were, but thank you for that.
Thank you. Commissioner Chang? You've had the shortest time with Chris.
Yes, I've served on the OTC now for a year and a couple months, and I can certify that this is a tumultuous time in transportation for the state of Oregon. And it may not be easy to see right now. I think we'll see it more in retrospect, 5 or however many years down the line. But Chris, I just want to express appreciation for all that you have done to help to set the table for us to move forward and make progress in the future. So it has been a lot, and it will bear fruit. And I thank you for that.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Well, I kind of wonder, when you were interviewing for the job, if you'd known about the pandemic, the supply chain shortages, or funding dilemmas, if you might have moved to Colorado or some other place. And you just never know what the future is when you accept the job. And through all of this, it required ice water in your veins and a firm hand on the tiller. And I would just like to jump on to Vice Chair Byer's comment. Your concern about ODOT and serving the people of Oregon. I admire your work. And final thought is go Cougs.
So I've kind of pulled myself together. Sorry. I said I wasn't going to do this. I've actually served with Chris the longest. Actually got to hire him. But I knew him before that. And I remember sitting and watching the commission before I was on the commission, and he was the staffer and I was a committee member, and sitting there and watching everything happen when Matt was at the helm and kidding back and forth about, wonder where this is going to lead us. And it led us to this. And Chris, a lot of people don't understand what he's done for ODOT. It's been a lot of really difficult years. He's been out in the field with us, really trying to bring the staff together and really getting us to move forward. And we have just had challenge after challenge. But I know you're going to continue to do great things. You're only 28 years old. As am I. This happened overnight, and where I've turned gray. But I think that, there's a lot to go. And I know that you're going to continue in the field of transportation, and you're going to do great things. I want to thank you because you've taken a lot of hits. And I think it was said earlier, politically, a lot of us have taken a lot of hits for things that we have no decision making on. The decisions are made for us and we're supposed to implement it. And it's difficult, but you've done yeoman's job of really pulling this agency together. You're going to be missed. I have your cell phone on speed dial, so don't think that you're going to get away too far. But I think we want to take a moment, all of us, and stand and thank him for his service. I know you don't like those moments.
No. Madam Chair, members of the commission, for the record, Chris Strickler, Director of the Oregon Department of Transportation, for one last meeting. I have to say thank you to each of you up there, as well as the governor's office and Ms. Brooks, as well as everybody in the room for the support of our team. The work that we do is necessary. The work that we do is really difficult. What you all see is that there is more opportunity for disagreement than agreement in a lot of the things that we do. But the hard work that we do today, and I think I heard that a little bit earlier from Mr. Flowers, the hard work that we do today will outlive all of us. And I think that's an important thing to remember. And it only happens because of people. And you're absolutely right. I do not like moments like this. So I want to thank you all. And I appreciate the recognition, even though I don't receive it well. And I appreciate what this team has done to continue to support you, support Oregon, and support the transportation system. So with that, I'll be brief on the parts about me because we have others to introduce today, Madam Chair, but I do sincerely thank you. Anything worth doing is difficult. And of course, this is difficult work, but you can see by this room that there's a lot of people that are invested in the kind of work that will pay dividends for generations. And not everybody in the world gets to say that. And you all do. Our team does. Everybody in this room does. So thank you.
So now we're not going to let you off the hook. You do have to work.
Okay.
So we do need your report.
So, Madam Chair, I will move through a couple of things that seem fitting in the moment. And I want to recognize a little bit of the work that our team has been doing. I want to provide a couple of introductions to some new faces that will transition very well and very nicely into the next leadership moments for our agency. First with Region 5. So while a lot of the things that we've been working on tend to take up the airspace or the bandwidth, there's a lot of other work that's going on that doesn't often get recognized. And so I want to recognize Region 5 for two significant efforts. One is continuing to grow and improve our onboarding for maintenance academies, to bring in employees faster, get them up to speed, and really get them into that contribution space just as quickly as possible. They put intentional effort into that, and they're already seeing the dividends of faster turnaround and really high quality growth in the onboarding. They've also began to make their own salt brine. A huge deal for us. It's a significant cost savings. It can help with the workload, and it helps with the treatment for the day-to-day activities. So while we talk about big things that are for our future, we also have the now. And the now is making sure people can get to and from their jobs, their family members, and everything else. And so Region 5 has done a great job of developing low-cost and efficient alternatives to what we've used in the past. And so I'm proud of the work that they've done there. And while doing all of that, you have to be safe, because if our people aren't safe, we can't keep the public safe. And so I want to recognize our support service group, Employee Safety Office, for recently receiving an award for their commitment to safety and proactive efforts in fostering a culture of workplace well-being. Again, all of these things continue even through difficult times, and in fact are more important during difficult times, to ensure that our employees are well taken care of and do a good job of taking care of themselves. I know I can speak for many that at times the stress, you take less care of yourself, you start to look to others, and that's a risk. And so I'm proud of our safety group for continuing to prioritize our team. And then Region 1 recently completed construction for their third bus on shoulder corridor in the Portland metro area. There was a time that our state saw bus on shoulder as a risk, and we now see the significant benefit, the ability to move people in the safe way that we can do that with professional drivers in the corridors. So I want to congratulate them for continuing to advance that work, using the assets that we have in order to grow more use out of them. And I appreciate their leadership in doing that. Madam Chair and members of the commission, I would like to take the opportunity to introduce two new folks if we could. One that you know, but I want to give her an opportunity to address the commission for the first time from a chair that's not up here. But the next time you see her, she will be. So Ms. Sumption, if you have a few moments, I'd like to put you on the spot to say a few words for our commission.
Microphone, just in case. Is this the? Okay, awesome. No, too close, stay back. That noise is really, good morning, Commissioner. So for the record, Lisa Sumption, I am the director of the Oregon Parks and Recreation Department. I have had the privilege to serve as director there for the last 11 years. I've been there for 18 years. I've been in state government for 27 years. I think I've worked with 38 different agencies. I know government very well. I am, however, transitioning over on January 2nd, and you've all been meeting with me the last couple of weeks as I'm trying to get up to speed and better understand all the complexities of transportation and what you've got going on. But I will be stepping in as the interim director behind my dear friend, Chris Strickler. And I just also want to take the opportunity to say I was here and onboarded Chris. That's one of the things you get to do as a senior director, and I'm going to miss you as a peer and as a friend and being here at Cabinet with me. So I can now say I'm excited about this opportunity and to jump in and help you all out. It was not the case the first couple of weeks. I was like, what is all this? But I told Chris my budget hole at Parks is minuscule compared, because your entire budget process is probably the amount of my entire budget, but the scope and the scale are just something that's not super intimidating. So I look forward to jumping in and seeing how I can be useful. It's been a pleasure to get to know you all the last couple of weeks, and I look forward to serving with you and navigating this challenging time. And you will be at the next commission meeting, correct?
Yes, we will.
Thank you.
Yes.
Lisa,
You didn't get to go.
welcome aboard.
Darn it. You tried. It didn't work.
I've had the opportunity to work with Lisa a little bit in other roles when I was in the legislature. I know this wasn't something that she really sought out and at least initially didn't want to do. But thank you. She is one of the most seasoned executive managers the state has, and has a reputation for getting things done. And really, thank you for coming aboard, and I look forward to working with you again.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
And we do promise we will stay.
Okay. If you stay, I'll stay.
We're just joking. We have to have some humor in our lives at this point.
Appreciate the light, but I do look forward to working with you all. Thank you.
Madam Chair, we have one other introduction, and while Ms. Malia Masiba comes up to provide her introduction, I want to mention just a few other appointments that we've made in the most recent past. So Ms. Tova Peltz has stepped into the Interim Delivery and Operations Division Administrator role, so we want to welcome her into that role. She is often at the commission meetings. You know her well, and she's going to do a fantastic job representing the agency as our Chief Engineer and Delivery and Operations Administrator. And she left a vacancy in the capital program that Omar Ahmed is going to step in and fill. He's a fantastic leader within our state, and I think you're going to see more of him as well. So looking forward to that. But with that, we also have a new Director of External Relations that I want to provide an opportunity.
Thanks, Director. Good morning. My name is Malia Masiba. Some of you know me from a previous role. I started out in the legislature and then have not been in quite as many agencies as Director Sumption, but I've been placed in a handful as well. And like the director, I've come around to, I'm excited about this opportunity just because I think, right, there's growth is hard, right? And change is difficult. And so we're going to lean into that. And I'm here to show up and just do the best that we can do and, you know, be helpful. So yeah, I'm looking forward to getting to know some of you more and spending more time with those of you that I do know. And thanks so much for the opportunity. And it's been wonderful to work with you over the past couple of years, Director Strickler. Well, we're thrilled to have you on board and also for Tova. I see she's out there and Omar stepping into the position. So thank you to everyone that is willing to step up and lean in hard, as you said, because we do have a lot of work ahead of us to get completed. So thank you and welcome. It's good seeing you again. Thank you. Good to see you too.
Madam Chair, that concludes my remarks, and noting that we have a room full of people that are anxiously awaiting for you to get into your meaty discussion. I'll be brief and just request that the Commission consider a motion to adopt the consent agenda, items 1 through 8 en bloc, which includes granting authorities to Ms. Lisa Sumption as your new interim director with all the authorities you've granted me as of January 2nd.
Okay. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second. I think we'll just do all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None? Thank you.
Thank you.
Not that I was trying to rush to item E because this one. So we have some more comments. Okay. All right, we're moving on to the Rose Quarter update.
Good morning, Chair Brown, Vice Chair Byer, and members of the commission. My name is Monica Blanchard, and I am the interim project director for Rose Quarter. I'm joined today by Deputy Director Travis Brower and statewide project delivery manager David Kim. Next slide. Oh, thank you. So just a brief overview of our agenda. We'll start with an overview of project funding, then give a brief Phase 1A update, review some cost reduction opportunities that we've been working on, and then walk through the requested direction and options for the next phase of construction. I will be talking about various elements and phases of the project today, so I would like to first ground us in the total project scope as outlined in the project's NEPA documentation. This map on the screen illustrates the full project footprint throughout the Rose Quarter area, including the safety and operational improvements on I-5 with the addition of auxiliary lanes and shoulders, the relocation of the I-5 southbound off-ramp, the highway cover and multimodal local street improvements to reconnect Lower Albina, provide developable cover space and improve safety and traffic flow on local streets, and the pedestrian and bicycle bridge over I-5. I will turn it over to Deputy Director Brower to provide an overview of the current project funding.
Thank you, Monica. And again, for the record, Travis Brower, ODOT Deputy Director. I'm going to walk you through the ODOT or the Rose Quarter project funding. And typically we don't give you all of the sources and uses down to the individual source in the phase. We just show you the total phase cost for each of those phases. But I wanted to break it down and just give you a little bit of detail, walk you through a couple of the key details here. Overall, we have about $480 million for the project that is available. And obviously that is not sufficient to complete the totality of the project, which is why we're here continuing this discussion about potential phase mega project. Very rarely are you able to move forward with everything everywhere all at once in one fell swoop and get it all done. So that's why we're going to be here today talking about phasing. I'm going to walk you through first the HB 2017 UMS column. That is shorthand for the funding that was provided by HB 2017 for the urban mobility strategy. There was $30 million set aside off the top of the total resources in the state highway fund by the legislature, specifically originally for the Rose Quarter, then broadened in a future bill called HB 3055 to include allowing us to use the funding for the Rose Quarter, I-205, the Boone Bridge, and until about 3 weeks funding for tolling. That was rescinded under HB 3991. We expect that total amount for the urban mobility strategy funds from HB 2017 will total about $550 to $600 million in bond proceeds and cash. We've currently issued one tranche of bonds against that, about $16 million in annual debt service. We'll issue the second tranche of bonds at the appropriate time when we need that cash in order to pay for elements of the project, including potentially the future construction phases on the Rose Quarter. So the current allocation is the $380 million here you see for the Rose Quarter, $25 million that was spent on work related to tolling, about $15 million to pay for commercial paper finance costs, and $154 million for I-205. It's really important to note that this funding by statute must be used for these urban mobility strategy projects. It can't be used for other purposes under the current statutory construction by the OTC for bridge, seismic, or preservation work without some sort of statutory change by the legislature. It also, under current statute, can't be used for operations and maintenance. And even with a statutory change, This funding is not available in one fell swoop of $167.5 million to fill a budget gap if it were redirected by the legislature to O&M. It would only be available in that $14 million per year that isn't currently bonded. So when you look at the allocation of funding here, we currently have $167.5 million available for the phase one construction. That is remaining, and that is what we're here to talk to you about today, whether we should move forward with another phase of construction in the near future or hold that money for later, or perhaps even reallocate it somewhere else. Now, the RCN grant column, that is short for the Reconnecting Communities and Neighborhoods grant. You may recall that originally this column totaled $450 million, but $387.5 million of that was rescinded by the One Big Beautiful Bill Act last summer that this president signed into law and essentially removed all unobligated balances of RCN grants all across the country. We had the single largest of these grants, so it was particularly painful for us. That funding was originally provided in a discretionary grant to pay for the cover and related elements, and it solved a major challenge for us of how we would pay for some of those cover elements. Not all of them, those costs are highway related. And so not all of them can be covered by either the state highway fund or even Federal Highway Administration formula funds. So as a result, the RCN grant was really helpful to cover those costs that may otherwise not be eligible for the state highway fund. So the remaining funding there, you see $67.5 million is the funding that was already obligated and couldn't be rescinded. Actually, since we last were in front of you, I think in July, FHWA acknowledged that we had appropriately obligated $30 million in right-of-way funds. So previously that column was only down to $37.5 million. Now they have acknowledged that and we have that money available. But it's really important to note that money can only be used in those exact amounts for those exact purposes. It cannot be moved because to do so, you'd have to deobligate the funds. And then under that provision, those funds would be stripped from Oregon. We have no ability to move those funds around. So we can use them on PE right-of-way or utilities, or we cannot use them. We cannot reallocate them to any other part of the project, or particularly to any other projects or purposes in the state of Oregon. So that is your deep dive into the Rose Quarter funding.
As Vice Chair.
Travis, to be really clear, I know you said this, but I want to make sure that we say it again. The funds that are there, if we don't use them for the purposes that the federal government has already approved, they go back to the federal government. So we just lose them. Thank you.
Next, I'll turn to phase 1A, which has started construction and is working towards completing critical bridge maintenance and stormwater commitments. As a reminder, phase 1A packages work in the corridor at both the north end near the I-405 interchange and at the south end near the I-84 interchange. As required by Federal Highway Administration for each phase of the project, this phase has independent utility and logical termini, meaning that it's able to stand alone and provide benefits without relying on future construction phases. This phase focuses on deferred maintenance, bridge seismic retrofits, bridge rail retrofits, stormwater improvements in compliance with the Portland Harbors Act, and early safety improvements. Soon after the July OTC meeting, we issued notice to proceed on July 28th, 2025. The CMGC contractor, Hamilton Cent Joint Venture, in association with Raymore, has onboarded subcontractors and begun shop drawings for stormwater and sign bridge work. Near the I-84 interchange, crews are verifying dimensions of existing structures and preparing steel elements for seismic retrofit. The Union Pacific Railroad construction and maintenance agreement has been executed, and as of last week, the right of entry permit has been finalized as well. Near the I-405 interchange, erosion control has been installed on site, and stormwater work at the drainage pond has started. Now we'll move into our cost reduction opportunity work. So following your direction at the May 8th, 2025 OTC meeting, we completed a formal value engineering study and cost reduction workshop to identify concepts, quantify impacts and trade-offs, and estimate costs and schedule savings. This disciplined cost reduction process had the goals of maintaining the project's purpose and need and avoiding removal or deferral of critical safety and mobility improvements. The concepts are pre 30% design, and each was evaluated for schedule, budget, and constructability considerations. For today's presentation, I've broken down opportunities into 3 categories: what the project has adopted, what we are continuing to evaluate, and what has been ruled out. We have adopted micropile foundations in lieu of drilled shafts for the highway cover foundations. In the illustration on the screen, this is a cross-section of the north end of the highway cover, where you have 2 I-5 mainline tunnels, as well as I-5 southbound off-ramp and I-5 northbound on-ramp on either side of those tunnels. The micropile foundations in this diagram are shown in red.
You have a question? Okay, Commissioner Baker.
Yeah, just a quick question. As you know, a number of our projects have stumbled a little bit because of the geotechnical work that wasn't done. When we shift to micropiles, have you done the geotechnical work to make sure that all of our goals relative to earthquake resilience are met by this cost savings move?
Yeah, so that is part of the work that's ongoing. We have done preliminary geotechnical work, and one of the considerations in looking at this option was the seismic resiliency, as noted on this slide. Also with geotechnical work, one advantage that's also noted here is micropiles have a greater ability to be adjusted and unforeseen conditions that inevitably do come up during construction. And so as compared to large diameter drilled shafts, it reduces our risk during construction. Okay. Yeah, so micropiles do use smaller drilling equipment and offer flexibility in low headroom or constrained conditions, which improves constructibility. They, as I mentioned, they reduce the risk of delays due to unforeseen subsurface conditions because they have they're better able to navigate surface obstructions. However, they have limited lateral capacity, as you noted, for seismic resistance. So driving our design to a larger pile cap footprint and the need for temporary shoring and potential additional traffic impacts to build that larger cap. This foundation changed our overall budget by $45 million while keeping the schedule the same because there are a larger number, as you can imagine, a larger number of micropiles than there would be of large diameter drilled shafts.
Question from Vice Chair.
Thank you. Since we have contractors under contract, were they involved in the evaluation process and are supportive of these recommendations?
Yeah, they were very involved in both the value engineering and cost reduction opportunities. They're estimating and fit and schedule, as well as our independent cost estimators and schedulers validated that. So then the next bucket of concepts, there are 8 additional concepts that remain under evaluation, including asphalt shoulders on I-5, refined multimodal bridge, a bridge, reduction of the flyover bridge width, adjustments to development zones on the cover, and constructability ideas like the Broadway Williams closures and contaminated soil disposal sites. These concepts require further design evaluation and close collaboration with our CMGC contractor and other project partners. Collectively, these concepts could produce a total savings altogether in the range of $2 to $50 million, depending on what moves forward out of this continued evaluation. So then moving on to the concepts and opportunities that we've ruled out. We've evaluated eliminating the second auxiliary lane between I-84 on-ramp and the Weidler off-ramp. In the graphic on the screen, that auxiliary lane is highlighted in red. The alternative would still address the freight pinch point and retain the continuous auxiliary lane between benefits to I-405, but it would compromise long-term operations, safety, and this would outweigh the near-term savings. While it significantly reduces I-5 widening and walls, it fails to deliver, like I said, the full operational and safety benefits as identified in the current NEPA documentation. For that reason, despite an estimated $30 to $35 million cost savings, we are not incorporating this opportunity into the project. The next opportunity, we analyzed reducing highway cover width under the cover by 2 feet in each direction. But this opportunity was also ruled out. As highlighted in orange at the bottom of the graphic on the screen, we looked at reducing the outside shoulders in both the northbound and southbound direction from 12 feet, as shown in the graphic, down to 10 feet. As illustrated in this graphic, and this is a graphic of a reduced overall highway cover width, maintaining the existing 4 lanes of traffic during highway cover construction would not be feasible without major alterations to our current traffic control plan, adding time and schedule and significant additional cost to the project. In this scenario, as you can see on the left side of the screen, only 3 lanes of traffic could be maintained on I-5, and I-5 traffic operations would be significantly impacted throughout several years of highway cover construction. Although the concept in its final edition does meet requirements required for shoulders and egress for fire and life safety, as I mentioned in the previous slides, it cannot maintain the existing 4 lanes of traffic through construction and therefore does not meet operational requirements throughout several years of highway cover construction. Given these constraints, the width reduction concept is ruled out despite an estimated $20 million in cost savings. We also considered buried arches in lieu of traditional girders for the cover structure. In this same graphic that I showed earlier, the I-5 roadway is shown in orange and the local streets and highway cover surface area is shown in blue. The buried concrete arches are the arch structures that span over the I-5 roadway sections. These arch structures would be covered, in this concept, would be covered with soil up to the local street and highway cover elevation. So this non-traditional approach introduces significant design and construction risks and geometric constraints. While arches may reduce long-term maintenance and offer flexible fire and life safety design, they would delay the design due to significant redesign by about 12 months, and the savings would be offset by these delay costs. The spans at the north end of the cover exceed the feasible length for these arches, forcing mixed systems and greater complexity during design and construction. Due to the schedule delay and added complexities, the concept was ruled out. The cost reduction process is an ongoing effort throughout the life of the project. We will continue to identify and evaluate cost reduction opportunities, conduct constructability reviews with our CMGC, A&E teams, and project partners, and collaborate closely with partners to continue to find a way to reduce project cost. We also keep the commission appraised of any ongoing updates at future meetings as the evaluation progresses.
Yes, go ahead, Vice Chair.
My understanding, I'm thinking of the first slide you put up. Most of that was in areas that were deferred maintenance pending the Rose Quarter developments. So really, the things that you were laying out there are things that should have been done anyway to preserve the roadway and maintain the system as it is.
Yeah, there's some of that.
Any questions?
Moving on.
So I'll now present 3 construction options and seek your direction on how to proceed with the next phase of construction. First, though, I want to highlight why we are here today seeking direction at this time. As the project team has been discussing potential next steps in light of the rescission of the majority of the Reconnecting Communities grant funds and the lack of a state transportation bill that included Rose Quarter, we developed the scope, schedule, and budget for each of the options I will walk through today. We are at a point in our design progression where we need direction from the commission on how to phase and package the design in order to maintain our project schedule and meet the dates that I will cover in the upcoming slides. I also want to highlight that the commission has received a joint letter from 3 key project partners, Metro, the City of Portland, and Albina Vision Trust, expressing strong, unified support for advancing the I-5 Rose Quarter project. Our partners remain deeply committed to the dual goals of addressing critical statewide transportation needs and advancing community vision for a reconnected and thriving Albina neighborhood. Despite the setback and rescinded federal grant funds, our partners urge us to not lose sight of our shared vision and to maintain readiness for future funding opportunities. The specific request in the letter is that the OTC direct ODOT to proceed with a modified option 1, referred to as option 4 in the letter, where ODOT would work collaboratively with local and regional partners to analyze the proposed phase 1B scope of work on a feasible project phasing and funding plan that balances investments on the interstate main line and cover related elements, while upholding the state's contracting timelines and commitments to support a reconnected, safe, and inclusive Albina district. Our partners also call for ODOT to revisit project governance to ensure in project decision-making. This letter is a result of recent, ongoing, and meaningful partner meetings where these topics were discussed, and ODOT is in alignment with the project partners that this is another option that the commission should consider today. This unified support from Metro, the City of Portland, Albina Vision Trust, as well as the letter you received from the AGC this morning, the public testimony that you heard from many other community members, demonstrates the broad coalition behind the project and the importance of advancing both transportation and community goals together. Now I'll dive into the specifics of each of the options.
I am not clear after reading the letter what the difference is between what they're saying and option 1A.
Sure. From my conversations with project partners, the slight difference is bringing them more into the details of what is currently in phase 1B, the scope elements that you see on the screen here, and identifying if there are additional items. As you can see, the majority of these items are on the I-5, on I-5 and highway improvements, just due to what we feel like we can achieve with the $167 million. They would just like some more, diving more into those details and more collaboration before we gavel down on the scope of phase 1B.
Well, I'm concerned that the maintenance and the stormwater efforts that are in the project and the commitments that we have to the contractors already on board, that we're not going to lose timing on that, which is going to increase cost. Can you address that?
Yeah, and that's been critical in my conversations with partners as well, is that we all know time is money, And we, as I said, we're at a critical decision point here today, looking for direction in order to uphold the dates that are in these slides. And so working with partners in the immediate future after this discussion and decision to maintain our schedule and not further add schedule or cost delays will be critical.
I'm still a little unclear about the effect of that.
Madam Chair, Vice Chair Byer, I might just offer, I think the meat of the request is continue to advance the work, recognizing that we want to hit the dates for construction start because we're recognizing cost increase come when we delay. But sit down with our project partners and evaluate which elements might be able to move forward from a community focused perspective as opposed to strictly the I-5 perspective. And that's, I think, the question on the table is they would like more time to evaluate that and continue to look at what options may exist to balance those improvements as far as scope. But they have yet to be defined. And so it will take that conversation in order to get there. And the project team and our project partners would need a couple of months to evaluate what those scope elements could be.
That seems to make sense with the engineering planning for future expansion, but it seems to be a little bit in conflict when we're staring down the start of the construction season with the maintenance and preservation work that I think we need to get going on.
Yeah, Mr. Vice Chair, I might draw a distinction between the maintenance and preservation work that's right now in phase 1A that's already advancing and the amount of time that the project team has in order to advance phase 1B and look at these scope elements for when the construction element would start. And Monica, I wonder if you could address, do we have time to evaluate some of these scope elements, recognizing that I think our project partners have made it pretty clearly that they don't want to compromise the construction start date of the next phase if in fact the commission were to decide to move to the next phase.
Yeah, we do feel like we do have a couple of months that we can continue to evaluate the scope of 1B without impacting the construction start date. As you can see here, the construction start date of a phase 1B would be Q2 of 2020. That may seem far out. There is a lot of work to finalize the design, negotiate the final price with the contractor, and do all the contracting. But we do feel like we have albeit short, some time to continue that evaluation of the scope of phase 1B.
I always worry about scope creep. And, we've spent a lot of time defining what this project is like. And this feels to me like we may be, maybe in a well-intentioned way, but we're opening up the project again for redefinition and scope creep. How do you manage through that?
Yeah, so scope creep is obviously always a concern. The intention with the effort between looking at what is included in phase 1B is not changing the full scope of phase 1 as its whole. It's just moving items that we have presented here on the screen as currently being in phase 1C. Are there items in phase 1C that could be moved to phase 1B? And are there items in phase 1B that could be deferred to phase 1C to have a better balance of those community vision items and the work on I-5? So it's not growth in scope or adding scope to the project.
And is that clear in the governance of this proposal?
Yes.
I do have concerns about that, particularly. It seems like all of our projects in the metro area tend to go on and on forever, and there's a point where you just need to make a decision. If there's a little bit more opening there, I guess I'm open to that. But the elements that we're talking about in this option are things that we probably would have done for the most part anyway if we hadn't been trying to do the larger project, and we should do them. I mean, there's some real safety issues there. And I am concerned about moving away from, if it gets to that, the auxiliary lane that's starting to address in that phase some of the real serious safety issues there. And frankly, the commitment that the legislature made to the Trucking Association, which I think people forget that this is not a decision that ODOT has made. This is a decision that we were directed to do by the state legislature. And they would not have been a transportation package in 2017 had we not worked with the Trucking Association to address their concerns, which are legitimate concerns. I mean, that is our major freight route. And we have major safety issues there. So that's kind of a baseline, and I'm trying to figure that out, how it impacts there. And if it's a little bit more time to meet with the leadership up there, which frankly should have been working with us for the last 7 years. They're a little late to the game in some respects, so I'm be-bleed now.
Well,
Go ahead.
Maybe just to comment on that and follow up. I think with the changes that we've had in the team and the changes that we have in leadership, it probably creates some anxiety in terms of how we're communicating and how we formalized our communications. And so, I clearly hear, that the city and Metro and Albina Vision Trust want more input into the process, but some of it may be, we've probably not been really crisp on our communication with all the changes that we've had within the agency. So, any requests they have for more input, more collaboration doesn't fall on deaf ears for sure. And whether option 4 is adopted or not, I think we need to redouble our efforts to make sure that the communication is wide open and really clear, and that we're giving our partners up in the Portland area plenty of opportunity to comment. Is that fair enough?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Baker. That's as I'm on about week 6 of serving as interim project director, that's been a huge opportunity for me to kind of reset those communication channels. We've had some great meetings with executive leadership from our partners, and we will continue to bring in additional partners and additional staff to have better collaboration moving forward. And as mentioned in their letter, the more defined project governance in decision making.
Commissioner Chang?
I have a question about option 4, but it's going to take me a minute to get there. We are confronted with a dilemma that it really is the legislature. We have been directed by the legislature to do Rose Quarter, Abernathy, and a number of other things. We've been given a finite amount of resources to get those projects done. And when the Reconnecting Communities grant was put on the table, there's an opportunity to do a lot more that has been taken off the table now. And so we're back to this position where we have many things that we were directed to do by the legislature, and we have very limited resources. So, and there is a great need for operations and maintenance funding around the state. There has been a lot of rumbling from some legislators about, ODOT having money to use to address these operations and maintenance needs, which ignores the fact that, these urban mobility strategy funds are restricted. They are restricted to be used on urban mobility strategy projects. So getting to my question about option 4, if we do not allocate these funds, if we do not move forward with option 1 right now, we choose this option 4 or option 2. It creates time for the legislature in its short session to decide, we want to abrogate state commitments to projects, in the urban mobility strategy and use those funds for something else. I think I understand how how option two kind of lines up with the legislative session. I don't understand how option four would synchronize or coordinate with the timeline for the legislature to make those kinds of decisions during short session.
Commissioner Chang, it's a good question, and my microphone is not turned on.
Maybe. There you go.
All right. Commissioner Chang, it is a good question. And really, in many ways, option four, when it came in, I originally thought of it, it's almost more of a 1B because it's the same sort of forward motion using the same funding, but really a question of what is the scope? You know, we've defined a potential scope for 1B. They've asked for a potential change in the scope. So really, any of these options could align with the legislature having an opportunity in the February short session to modify how these funds are used. I think that either under option one or under this new proposal that has come forward, we could be back to you in, say, the March meeting. What Monica's laid out with the additional work that would need to be done under the new option that came forward, we would have a couple of months of work to do. We begin doing some design work to get better sense of the scope, schedule, budget of what a new option might be, and would come back to you for final approval in March, really probably under any of those circumstances. So the commission can define that time. That can allow for the legislature to either provide additional funding, make changes, whatever the legislature should choose to do.
Thank you.
Keep going.
Okay. So I'm going to run through each of the options. So option one proposes designing and building phase 1B using the available 167 million to deliver a defined subset of improvements between Broadway Weidler and I-84. In purple in the graphic and include widening the Holiday Haslow Bridge and installing signage north and south of the highway cover. This keeps construction moving and completes complex elements such as the widening over the Rose Quarter Transit Center and addressing the I-84 northbound on-ramp pinch point. The remainder of the phase one work would be packaged in a phase 1C. These elements are highlighted in orange on the graphic and include completing the southbound auxiliary lane and shoulders from I-405 to the Moda Center, extending the northbound auxiliary lane and shoulders under the highway cover, and building the southern portion of the highway cover and multimodal local street improvements. Benefits include near continuous construction after phase 1A, delivery of some of the safety and shoulder improvements in phase one, and the advancement of portions of the project that are already at a fairly advanced design level. Challenges include not achieving the full operational and safety improvements between I-84 and Broadway Weidler, and the need to continue to seek funding for a phase 1C. Under this option, phase 1B would reach 100% design, right-of-way completion and construction NTP in Q2 of 2027 with a $167 million budget that includes construction cost and risk. Phase 1C would target 90% design in Q4 of 2026, 100% design in Q2 of 2027, right-of-way completion in Q2 of 2028, and construction NTP in Q3 of 2028, pending funding. With updated cost estimates and risk modeling done at the next 60% design milestone in Q2 of 2026. Moving on to option two. Option two would continue design to deliver a shovel-ready Broadway Weidler phase one full package, then await additional funding to construct. The full phase one is shown in purple in the graphic and incorporates all of the phase 1B and phase 1C elements I discussed in option one. This preserves completed engineering and positions the project to receive future funds, but it introduces an unknown and potentially large gap in construction after phase 1A. As a result of the gap in construction, challenges include demobilization and remobilization costs, impacts to the HSJV and their subcontractors, and a perception about unused construction funds sitting idle. The schedule under option 2 targets 90% design in Q4 of 2026, 100% design in Q2 of 27, right-of-way completion in Q2 of 28, and construction NTP in Q3 of 28, pending funding. The 2024 cost estimate for phase 1 was roughly $600 million. Because the 2024 cost estimate was done prior to the rescission of the RCN grant, we do not have a current cost estimate that considers the delays in a construction start date. If the commission directs the project to proceed with this option, updated cost estimates and risk modeling would be updated at the 60% design milestone in Q2 of 2026. Option 3 would reallocate the $167 million in construction funding, proceeding only with phase 1A and completing phase 1 design using the available RCN preliminary engineering funds. ODOT staff does not recommend this option, and community partners and advisory committees, including Albina Vision Trust, our advisory committees of the HAB and the COAC, the City of Portland, and Portland's Black community, would view this as walking back on commitments and canceling the project, further eroding the trust in ODOT. The commission could take this action to redirect funds, as Travis has discussed previously, to other urban mobility strategy projects, or it would require a legislative action to reallocate funds more broadly to other ODOT needs. The cost of the project would grow with each year, and it would create significant rework in if the project restarts later. Under this option, phase 1 reaches 100% design in Q2 of 2027, and phase 1A completes construction in Q2 of 2027, but there is no phase 1 construction funding. So with that, I'd like to open it to discussion and request, yes.
So before we go through 1, 2, and 3, I'd like to talk about 4 a little bit more. And I believe that Winta Jonas, would you like to come up and speak to us a little bit about phase 4? Or option 4, phase 4. I don't know where I am anymore. It's a lot of phases. I haven't had the pleasure of meeting you, so welcome.
Thank you, Chair Brown. All right, hi everyone. For the record, my name is Winta Johannes, Executive Director of Albina Vision Trust. You know JT well. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to option 4 a little bit more. I think it's important that we share a little bit more about why we have come to that proposal and why we're asking you to consider it. You know, for us, it's been important that we've been steadfast partners on this project for many years now. And as we think about this moment where there are so many threats to the project, it's never been clearer to us that our ability to stay together is what will define whether or not this project moves forward in any meaningful form. And so Albina Vision Trust, City of Portland, and Metro wrote this letter to you to put on public record how important we believe the project is and how committed we are to working through the hard parts so that we see something come to fruition. We understand that at this point in the project, we're really talking about scope reduction, not addition, right? And I think that as we have the hard conversations about which elements come at which stages, we want to communicate to you that we will be practical and real partners in that exercise. And this is, I appreciated that Monica called option 4 option 1B because it is in that spirit, right? We will honor the commitment to Raymore and to the construction timeline. We're not trying to delay any part of moving forward with option 1. What we believe is that in in the phasing of 1B, these are scenarios that have just been presented to us, right? We had no meaningful participation in shaping what is in 1B, and that's true for Albina Vision Trust, that's true for the Blazers, that's true to a lesser extent, but still true for City of Portland and certainly true for Metro. We can't move forward into what we know will be the hardest part of this project not together. And in the conversations we've had with ODOT over the last few weeks, we've started to workshop what exactly goes in those elements so that we can credibly say, given the constraints, we will still move forward with the money that's available. We will do our best to position this project for additional funding. And we need to make sure that what's in phase 1B and 1C at each stage maintains the coalition that is ultimately supporting this project. And the key part of that for us is balancing parity between the mainline investments and the surface street investments. We know that what's in phase 1 period is only a portion of the overall project, right? And so what I want you to hear really directly from me, and what we're asking you to consider in option 4 is we're saying we want to work with you. We will make sure that we, maintain project schedule in the way that option 1 does. But as much as construction feasibility is an important part of this, so is the political and community parts of what it takes to keep a project moving forward. And at a time that this project is facing so many threats, we think that our power is in working together. And option 4 asks you to direct ODOT to work more clearly together in the phasing conversation. Again, not because we think everything is possible to squeeze into those phases, but because we believe we can come to a thoughtful phased approach that everybody supports and that ultimately contributes to the overall success of the project.
No, I think that was perfectly said. I don't have anything to add.
I have a question
Yes.
for JT. Thank you. It's very thoughtful. Part of what we struggle with is we have a plan, and we've got elements of the plan that we're considering that we would vote on. What you're suggesting is that we back off of that plan a little bit here, and we take a look at this 167 million and rethink what's going into the main line and the surface streets, so that there's a possibility. You may look at it and say, oh, this is perfect, go, but chances are no. And you may have some suggestions coming back to us. So how would you advise me to wrap my head around that dilemma, and maybe frame up the time frame for me too, if you can, Winton, in terms of what your view. I know this is all coming together really fast,
it is. No, I appreciate that, Commissioner Baker. What we recognize is that we still have a few months in which phase 1A construction will be moving forward, right? We have at least 3 months to figure out the scope for phase 1B and phase 1C. And this is where I would invite Monica and the team to correct that timeline. But whatever that timeline is, I think what the partners have demonstrated over and over again is that we can move quickly, and we're not interested in delay for delay's sake, right? As JT said earlier, we have spent a lot of social and political capital to try to keep this project moving forward. We have no interest in putting forward a plan that ultimately derails the project, but we can also be realistic about the fact that phase 1B scope does not need to be decided today. So we would ask ODOT, how much time do we have? And with direction from the OTC to move forward in this way, can we work in a really deliberate way to land on, to have consensus around what's in 1B and 1C. And our commitment to you is that we will be reasonable partners in that. But we do want, given how this project has formed over many years, we think that this is a moment where, again, not with a lot of time, we can get a little bit more transparency into the various costs, the various trade-offs. And we believe that our community is capable of having trade-off discussions, of landing with a scope for 1B and 1C that is both realistic and honors both the process to date and the commitments that we've all made to each other in this. So whatever that timing is, and this is why in that language, we explicitly say continuous construction is a value to us in this, right? Whatever the time is, we will use it. We need you to direct ODOT to work with us to make sure that we make the best use of that time. That's really the only difference between option 1 and option 4, is that we don't want to come here in the spring and say, we don't agree with what's in phase 1B. We don't like where this is going. We want to stay together in this. And I think Metro and the city can speak for themselves in the position of the elected officials there. But the overwhelming notion behind how this has come together is really to say, how do we maintain the coalition, recognizing the very hard conditions, and how do we move through these next few months in a way that positions the project for more success? And ODOT sort of going off in a corner and saying, this is the only thing that's possible, has never been a successful strategy. And we really have appreciated working with Monica and team, but I think there's a little bit more work we could do, again, in the spirit of togetherness, because ultimately all of us want project success.
Could I add one thing to that as well? You know, if I heard Monica say anything, and please feel free to correct me if I get this wrong, but these conversations will be taking place regardless, right? What we are trying to just get on paper through a directive to the agency, through the creation of this option, is that those conversations will happen in a collaborative way. That's really the gist of it. And the most important priority for us outside of the maintenance and strengthening of this coalition that, as Winter just outlined, is going to be critical to fulfilling and delivering this project in its full capacity. The utmost priority is the maintenance of a continuous construction schedule to make sure that we don't not only disrupt the project, but break other critically important commitments that we made to many of the people in this room about how this work should take place and what it should go towards producing on behalf of the community. So that's the only point of clarification that I'd like to add.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Yeah, sorry to dominate that conversation here.
It's all right.
Okay.
We need to have this conversation.
My concern is not the 167 million. It's, as you say, JT, getting the whole project funded and done. And, you know, this is where the coalition needs to come together. So, I mean, it is so important on so many levels that we get this completed. So I'm struggling with 167 and, you know, how to put it to use, or to say, you know, let's keep the 167 in our hip pocket and come up with a plan that gets us all the way there, even though it might create a delay. So I don't have an opinion on it. I'm just struggling with it. Yeah. So
yeah, and if I might, Commissioner Baker, I think, you know, where we've landed is that a forward momentum is, and this is why we urge you to use the 167 million, right? The second part of that is that there has to be a really intentional strategy about how we collectively get the rest of the funding for there to be a meaningful strategy. We are really crystal clear about that. The way to do that is to build that strategy together. And that is the spirit of what this option 4 is to say, let's be really intentional about the elements that are in each phase, so that at no point are we taking on a sort of defeatist approach to say, well, let's just do what we can with 167 million. We think we can be more intentional than that, to say, how do we phase this and sequence it and build the ultimate coalition that will deliver this project? And what you have in front of you is a coalition saying, we want to do that work with you. Option 1, as it stands, says to us from ODOT, we got this, right? It's saying, we're going to do what we can with this 167 million and hope for the best. And the elements that are in that right now are the best that we think we can do. And we just fundamentally disagree with that approach. We think that there has to be a better path, and that path can only be created together.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the way I've been processing that on my own as an individual has been, these dollars can build a construction project, or they can build a construction project and also pull a coalition closer together. And that's really all option 4 offers, right? It's 2 use cases for the $67 million.
Commissioner Chang.
Thank you. I'm totally following you with the value of having the community help to define the bundle, basically what's going to be in 1B. I am wondering, and you know, just by way of background, I'm a county commissioner in Central Oregon, so I know my way around local government a little bit. I'm wondering, with the partners that you have advocating for option 4, do you see any possibility after we've put together a community-supported bundle of projects for some of those partners, the city or metro, to also find investment to help us move those projects forward? And you know, that's not something that you round up in a couple of weeks, but you know, in the longer term, bigger picture, I would be interested to know whether those partners are open to, you know, we want to define what the highest priority projects are for community benefit, and we're going to put our money where our mouth is as well.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Commissioner Chang. And I think I can't fully answer that question for you right now, but what I can say is that the thing that this is fundamentally a state project. And I think that what I've learned from this past legislative session is that it feels like there is more that the partners could have done to support a transportation package. And I think that there's more that ODOT could have done to intentionally pull partners into that strategy. And so there's a lot, I know, for all of us to sort of learn from what happened. But our eyes are looking to 2027. And I think what is more valuable than, you know, funding that Metro and the city might contribute to this project is actually the political pressure and support that they can bring to bear on the legislative process. And, you know, and so even in the 2 meetings we've had since learning about these options, the conversations in the room have been really about how do we move beyond sort of the programming of the 167 in a way that prepares us to enter 2027 as a united group. And how do we think about positioning this project for future federal funding and other strategies that will have to come together? I think that becomes really hard if the partners don't feel like phase 1B actually reflects our input or the way that we would piece a strategy like that together. And again, we are really clear about the constraints both in time and money, but we think we have something valuable to offer if given the very clear direction to do that, not as an afterthought, but as an intentional part of how we navigate this really challenging time in the project together.
Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I find your comments very persuasive. But I'm a bit emotional on this issue because I go back to being one of the prime architects of HB 2017. And I will say, looking back to it, I spent too much of my life in the legislature not to have respect for that body and following its decisions. And I think a lot of people who've testified today and over the years forget that it's not ODOT's decisions, it's the legislature's. Our job is to implement what the legislature says. So I think a lot of this discussion belongs in the legislature and it needs to be there. You have the opportunity in about a month to have that. And I'm going to be very candid, and it's going to get me in trouble. The Portland, not just the Portland, but the metro area legislative delegation is the largest in the state. They have been totally fractured on this issue and totally absent from the discussion in any consistent way. Y'all who are interested in this need to talk to them. They need to come together and give us direction about what they want, not the least of which is how do they want to fund the project? They've missed that. So I'm going to say that. I will say that I think this is an incredibly good project. And I'll say that from my background professional in the development business. I think this is a great redevelopment project that will benefit Portland for years to come if it's done. And it will salve a lot of racial wounds that need to be addressed effectively. So I think they should do it. It goes way beyond a transportation project. And so the leadership of Portland should be more involved in that. I think that's true. And I want to be very honest, because I was there. This project did not come from ODOT in 2017. It came from the Metro leadership, and I say that broader, not just the elected, but the business leadership there. Unfortunately, I think the Albina Trust and the people you represent were not part of that early discussion and should have been, but that is as it is. So I think they need to be there. I'm a little concerned with your comment as we'll come together. There hasn't been a demonstrated track record of that over the past decade. There's been an absence of that leadership. So I hope you're right. The other comment that I would make is from our perspective, that is not a local facility. That is a state facility. It is a major economic engine of the state, and we have a responsibility to maintain that and to address the freight issues. And I know that's consistent with what JT has said. I will say that the letter that we got is missing a major component of who ought to be involved in these discussions, and it's the freight people. When we did this discussion in 2016, and also in 2024, as the legislature traveled the state, it was the freight people that came to the table from not Portland, but from Medford and Bend and other areas in Eastern Oregon that said, you need to take care of the congestion problem in Portland. And from my perspective, we have a significant safety issue in that corridor that we can't lose sight of. So where I'm coming from is we have to keep that vision. We can't deviate from that. We can fine tune it, but that's a division and a direction we provided by the legislature. And until they change that, our responsibility is to work for fulfilling it and to work with the community to make it work for Portland as well as for the highway system as a whole. So that's kind of where I'm coming from. And the last point is, revenues is scarce, so I don't want to lose the federal funds. I think the things that have been proposed with regard to the federal funding are not inconsistent with the longer term visions. And even if the project were never funded, we should make those expenditures. And we need to take care of the safety issues and the preservation issues that we probably should have done and would have done otherwise if we weren't working on this project. So I'm sorry, it was a long way. I had to unload.
Yeah, no, well, Commissioner Baker, I hope, or Commissioner Byer, I hope we can go out to lunch one day, because I think there's a lot in your comments that I agree with, and there's a lot that I disagree with. And it would be fruitful, I think, to talk about that a little bit more. I think the main thing I want to point out is that actually the partners who signed that letter have been really consistent in supporting the project, right? There was the period in which the project was redefined, but from the moment that we arrived at that consensus project, we've been actually great partners to ODOT, and we've shown up together in front of you at every critical point since then, actually, whether it was to go secure funding, to weigh in on sort of wherever the project was. We've really demonstrated, I think, our willingness and our ability to show up for this project. I think there's more work to do to get this project beyond where it is right now. And again, that's the spirit of the letter. We're not saying we want to show up now after being absent for 7 years. I think the partners pushing for option 4 are actually the ones who have been really consistent in supporting both ODOT and this project and its ability to move forward, including work we've done with Portland Metro Chamber and others, again, to try to keep consistent support in the Portland metro area. I think some of those changes early on are the reason why this is a viable project in Portland metro region. And what we've always been clear about is exactly what you've said, that it is both a statewide transportation project and it's a generational opportunity to reconnect Albina. We hold both of those things very clearly. And I trust our capacity in these next few weeks to be really strategic and smart about how we contribute to the conversation so that, again, we're working towards the long-term and more durable solution about how we work with the legislature and how we continue to work with ODOT for shared success here.
Well, let me be clear. In my view, I don't want to cast any dispersions on the trust. You're the only partner that's been there consistently.
And I would also add, the contractors have been there consistently throughout this mix as well. I think if we've learned anything through our involvement in this project is how important it is that everybody in this room is able to show up together. And there are times where even internally we disagree with one another. But I think what we have finally gotten to a point of being able to do is to say the most important thing is that we are strong, unified as a community, even through moments of slight disagreement. And as it pertains to this project, that two things remain true at all times, right? At this point where we have capital in hand that we can deploy to put people to work who've been waiting to work for this point dang near 6 years, that we maintain a continuous construction schedule that keeps this project advancing. And the second piece of that is that we are intentional, deliberate, and strategic about the way that we pull a coalition together in the most robust way possible to make sure that we can deliver the project in full. We understand we can't force your hands relative to any one particular option, but I think as long as those two elements are a part of a decision that you make today, we can walk out of the room feeling like there is reason for hope and continued collective fight in the project.
Mr. Baker.
Based on our open meeting laws in Oregon, it's really difficult for this commission to be able to, outside of this kind of situation, have any conversation. So conversation that you're hearing up here, it would be nice if we'd been able to sit down and have these conversations and because we learn from each other. So I think one of Vice Chair Byer's questions or comments about freight and how we make sure that the trucking community also feels as though they're participating in this and has some ability to be a part of this coalition. Would you be open to that, and how might that work?
Yeah, Commissioner Baker, I think that's key, right? And again, I think I hope we wrote the language for option 4 clearly enough, but we don't think that the signatories on that letter are the only parties. But I do think that there is an opportunity, again, in the short window we have to define phase 1B to make sure that all of the key project partners, right, the construction team, freight, City of Portland, Metro, Blazers, the Historic Albina Advisory Board, Albina Vision Trust. I mean, there are the key parties to this project who I think need to get to consensus about what is in 1B. And again, we see that clock ticking and we understand the broader ramifications of delay. So this is not a delay option, which is why we didn't support option 2. It's we need to be together in this next phase. And of course, freight is a critical part of that.
Thank you.
Other comments? And then I'll get to my
I'm
comments.
trying to figure out how to
Eventually.
do this, and I look to the director to help. I would like to move that we adopt in concept option 14B, which is the one that was just proposed, whatever the right number is on that, 14.
Option 4.
But with specific direction to staff that we take the steps necessary to use the federal money and going to the discussions cognizant that we need to take care of the deferred maintenance that's been outlined. And pay attention to, I don't want to lose the focus on the auxiliary lanes because of the safety elements there. I mean, I don't want to see more people killed on that thing and all that. So I don't know if that's a motion, if that fits in a motion, but that's my attempt to move one.
Do you have a second?
Do we,
It's kind of a weird motion, or do we want to go back to? Well, I haven't made my comments yet.
yeah, and then
So-
maybe some comments as to, how we consider a motion.
Do you want to table your motion?
If you can improve it, I'm open to improve.
I mean, I would-
That's my sentiment. That's where I would like to go.
I might tighten it up and second it. I mean, I might tighten that up and second it. I think I heard Commissioner Byer motion that we proceed with option 4 in concept with ODOT staff ensuring that a variety of state commitments are honored or maintained through the process. And if that sounds right, I would second that.
Sound right?
I would, may I comment?
Yes.
One of my concerns is that ODOT keeps getting criticized over fiscal projections and estimates. And one of the reasons for that is the project keeps changing to meet community desires. And I think we have to be careful with that when we get into that. And I appreciate where the staff has been in discussion this morning on really drilling down hard into that. But we've got a contractor on board, we got to be careful. We'll be looking at change orders and things like that. But if we can get to the time where we finally have, and I'm saying it'd be nice to have widespread agreement where we didn't have all the disagreement coming, where we can say that's the project and then we can cost it.
Sure.
Here's the money.
We have a motion on the table. We have a second. So let's go into discussion on this. I think that the other thing is listening to everyone in the conversation. One of the things you touched on was it is a statewide project. It also is a metro project. It's one, and I'm listening to you talk about the partners. And the one thing that I'm really concerned about is that we don't have any leadership from the governor's office. I want them to be part of that partnership at the table along with legislators. I mean, how do we get this? Because you're talking about asking for funding. And we can sit and we can talk about this all we want. But we all rely on those two things to happen in order for us to move forward. I mean, it's happened in the past where we've been told as a commission, this is what you're going to do. And then we struggle and then we try to find money. We're not going to get anywhere if we don't really start making pushes to make people commit to this.
Chair Brown, if I may, I think one way to do that is, in the process that we adopt moving forward, right? Making sure that the governor's office is invited to those charrettes or whatever the workshop will be where we really dive into this. I think you can certainly direct your staff to invite the governor's office. I also want to be clear though, about something that I don't want to get lost here, which is that in balancing trade-offs, our filter is going to be to try to get to parity, right? So we absolutely want to honor that this is a statewide project and it's also a reconnecting project. And so our filter and the direction that we're hoping you will give is in the defining of scope of phase 1B and C, that we're trying to get as close to parity between those investments as possible, of course, within the timeline and funding constraints that exist. We've started some of those conversations with ODOT and with partners, and we think that there is a path there, but that will only come if you give that as a clear direction.
Yes, go ahead, Vice Chair.
You know, you raise a good issue. If it's, quite frankly, if the project's gonna go forward to meet the dream that you've laid out, you need support from the legislature. I would, to the chair's comments, you happen to have the two chairs of the two transportation committees from the Portland area. It'd be nice if you got them involved in it, because they're the ones who are gonna have to come up with it. And I would use an example. They are involved intimately in the interstate bridge proposal and their counterparts of Washington. It would be very helpful to us if we had the legislature more clear about what they wanted.
Yeah, and I think, you know, again, in shaping sort of the process, I think it would be helpful to invite legislators. I think it would be helpful to invite the governor's office. I think it would also be helpful for you as a body to decide who among you will be a sort of liaison to the effort. I think that there's a true sort of all hands on deck moment here. And I think keeping you in the process is also important. So I agree about the need to bring legislators in the governor's office. I think it's also critical for the commission to stay involved here too.
Yeah. We kind of thought we had that with Commissioner Chapman, but we've kind of lost that connection.
Moving forward with the discussion on the motion, I also just want to, I second that motion, but I also want to reemphasize that if in the next few months, the legislature decides that they want to terminate their commitment to a bunch of urban mobility strategy projects and repurpose those funds to, to basic maintenance or other, other urgent things, I want to just signal my openness to that as well. I in no way want to tie their hands and in their ability to do that, because I hear a lot of legislators talking about the importance and the need for basic maintenance. And I support that. And if there's going to be money taken from other places inside ODOT to do that, then it's their job. It's not ours.
Mr. Baker.
So how do we deal with that in the context of the motion? Because it's obviously important. You know, the legislators are going to want to weigh in on this, I think.
Well, we don't have control over that.
No,
We're well, they were, I mean, I heard Travis say, we are giving them the time to do that. So that this, none of the, this repackaged phase 1B, that's not going to be done before March. And the special session.
We kind of have a very vague consent item motion on the table. It might be helpful to ask staff how they understand that. And if that's enough direction, that would be helpful to them in those discussions. Is that fair?
That's more than fair, given the conversation.
Well, I don't want to.
Yeah.
It goes to you as director.
Sure. Madam Chair, members of the commission, if I may restate it. I will at one point look over to get a nod from the team to make sure that I've restated everything correctly, but I might restate the motion just to bring a little bit of clarity to it. I think what I'm hearing in the motion is motion to advance option 4 with consideration for the priority elements that you see as a statewide benefit for the lane configuration, et cetera, but to bring parity to the discussion and do the work necessary with our project partners over the next couple of months to ensure that there's at least a conversation that can define what that parity might be, and then come back to the commission. So you're endorsing moving forward, recognizing that that moving forward has a check step with the commission to then come back and validate the scope that they would advance for the next phase of construction. That would likely be sometime in the March or April timeframe, because going beyond that jeopardizes the ability to get into construction.
Now, is there also a check step with regard to the legislature and the funding?
Commissioner Baker, I would offer that there is no formal check step to go back to them and ask them if you can do this. But what you can offer is in this process, by way of coincidence, there will be time for the legislature to evaluate anything that they would want to do for the program. I would also offer one thing. Mr. Brower said this earlier, but it's a really important note. We oftentimes talk about project availability and funding availability in terms of liquid cash. And it's sometimes referenced as all liquid cash, but I want to be really clear. The 167 million is bonded. And so any change to take that over to operations and maintenance, even in a future decision by the legislature, would convert that to an annual cash element, which is roughly about 14 million. Is that correct, Travis?
Correct.
So it is not 167 million in perpetuity. It's following the direction in House Bill 2017 that looked intentionally at that time to bond for the Rose Quarter project. That's what the funding is. It's a $30 million annual allocation, a portion of which has already been bonded.
Go ahead.
Just on the question of, having a dialogue with the legislature, what I like about this motion, about this action, is that it reminds the legislature that we have already been told to implement this Rose Quarter, I-5 Rose Quarter project. And if they want us to do something different, they have to tell us that. And so this is actually sending, a pretty clear signal. I hope, this is what you directed us to do. We will proceed with this until you make a choice that this is not what you want us to do, and take those urban mobility dollars and send them somewhere else.
Just to amplify on that, I mean, our system of governance is based on the legislature providing direction through statutes. And administrative agencies have no option but to follow that statutory direction. And legislators individually can talk all they want about different desires, but until they change the statute, we don't have an option but to follow it.
Staff have anything else that they want to add to the discussion?
Does that work for you guys?
Yeah, that's, I agree with Director Strickler's description.
Okay, so.
We didn't actually let you do your detailed presentation. So options 1, 2, and 3.
Okay, we have motion on the table. We'll go to a vote. We're going to do a roll call vote. Sorry.
Could we reread the motion?
Good luck with that.
Please.
Turn your microphone too.
Yeah, and take as much time as you need to get it right.
Yeah.
Don't let us rush on this one.
I'm going to do my best here. I believe the motion was to advance option 4 with consideration for the priority elements that serve a statewide benefit, but ensure conversations and parity with the partners within the timeline of March to April. Does that sound correct? This would involve a return to the commission in March or April. Anything beyond that would jeopardize the timeline for construction.
I think sound correct. Okay.
I'm looking to the original motioner.
Okay.
So do you need more clarity, Jim?
No.
Okay.
All right. Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Baker,
Yes.
Vice Chair Byer,
Yes.
Chair votes yes.
Thank you guys for your work.
Thank you.
Before JT gets out the door, just one quick thing, Chair, a comment?
Yes.
There were a lot of impassioned comments that came in to us on option 3. And I would encourage those that have a real strong feeling on option 3 to do what I did to learn about this project and go take a walk with Mr. Flowers. And I know he's a new dad and he probably has 0 time, but I think, an understanding of this project and what it all means, not only the public investment, the private investment from Mr. Knight and the Trailblazers and what this project means to the community. It's very enlightening, and by walking it and seeing it and hearing from somebody that grew up in the neighborhood, I think it would be really good in terms of those that have a hard, strong feeling about it now to at least understand what it's all about. It may harden their feeling, but I have a feeling that once they really understand and walk through and see what it's all about, it might be enlightening for them. So sorry to sign you up for, more work. Yeah.
The other thing too, I think, is that they asked that somebody from the commission also be at the table, and with Commissioner Chapman out, at least the four of us, to decide amongst ourselves who can make that commitment over the next few months to be sure that they're part of that conversation. So I don't know how the rest of the commission feels about it.
I'm fine. I don't live there. I think it should be someone who lives there.
Yeah, I second that. I would be happy to do that. I would say that the legislative history and the governance in and around this, Vice Chair Byer has got a tremendous amount of knowledge that might be very helpful. But I would be happy to do that.
Would the two of you be willing to attend or trade off once in, I don't know how many meetings we're talking about. I think that the history is important. I mean, I was part of.
We can talk about it.
We can talk about it. We will get back to you. How is that? Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Breakdown.
Yes, we do need to take a break. We're at 11:31. Thank you again to everyone that attended. I hope that this gives you a good feeling and that you're leaving in a happy way. And we'll be talking again in March. Thank you for warning me. You're unmuting me. All right, we are back in session here. We've kind of missed a couple things on our agenda. We may be adjusting a little bit. I'm not sure. We're a little bit behind, but I think that this morning's conversation was worth having. And I hope everyone that left the room was feeling like we listened somewhat or not. Yeah, apparently the room is now empty. So we will sing Christmas carols and start with karaoke. So take it away, Travis.
What's your song? What's your starting song?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, for the record, Travis Brower, ODOT Deputy Director. I have no intention to sing Christmas carols, and you will thank me for that if you've ever heard me sing. So we are here today to give you an update on implementation of HB 3991, the funding package passed by the legislature in the special session in September. And of course, what we're going to talk about today is tinged with significant uncertainty about where this goes based on the potential of a referendum that is currently gathering petition signatures. However, we are going to talk through a few things. We have Ms. Peltz here, who will talk about the Continuous Improvement Advisory Committee, which is an area that goes into effect in the next couple of weeks and that we need to begin that work very soon. So we'll talk about the membership framework, following up on the conversation you had last month. I will talk just a little bit about the referendum from a factual standpoint about what's out there, where that's going, because it does provide some light on what we need to focus on with the implementation status report that Kat Silva will come forward and give you an update on at the end of this presentation. So with that, I will turn it over to Ms. Peltz to introduce herself and talk about CIAC.
Thank you. Good morning, still morning. Good morning, Chair Brown and commissioners. For the record, my name is Tova Peltz and I'm the Interim Delivery and Operations Division Administrator at ODOT. As we shared with the commission at the November 2025 meeting, House Bill 3991 includes a refinement of ODOT's Continuous Improvement Advisory Committee. This committee was originally established through House Bill 2017 and is now evolving. The primary change made in statute and the legislative intent behind that change is that the committee will serve as a mechanism for providing more robust project delivery oversight, particularly on major projects. Through the CIAC, ODOT will provide quarterly reports to the legislature, and beginning in 2026, this committee will meet monthly and will be driving towards a first round of quarterly reporting in March 2026. We're preparing for a very busy 2026 for this committee, and that brings us to committee membership. As previously noted, House Bill 2017 was not prescriptive regarding CIAC membership, leaving a lot of room for discretion. House Bill 3991 modified the language regarding membership to focus on specific roles, skill sets, and expertise of CIAC members going forward, with an emphasis on major project delivery. Based on this direction, we aim to move forward with 7 members at this time. As a refresher, House Bill 3991 requires the membership consist of at least 2 Transportation Commission members, the director of the agency, and the agency's chief engineer, as well as 2 other subject matter experts, one focusing on major project delivery and the other focusing on the federal NEPA process with major project delivery expertise. In this spirit, we propose the membership shown on the slide here. We understand that Chair Brown and Vice Chair Byer will serve as the commission members. Director Sumption and I will both be in the ODOT roles. And then Paula Hammond and Ted Adland will be subject matter experts from outside ODOT regarding major project delivery. Both of these individuals are qualified as subject matter experts and have been members of the first iteration of the CIAC, so they'll bring that perspective and continuity to the committee. The final position to fill on the committee is subject matter expert on the National Environmental Protection Act process for major projects. At this time, we're accepting letters of interest from qualified individuals for consideration on the committee. We anticipate that the membership will be set in advance of our first CIAC meeting in late January 2026, and we're looking for your soft endorsement today of this membership and this approach and any feedback or comments you may have about the membership.
I don't think they, Vice Chair?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did meet with staff at your request and talk about this a little bit. I have no problem with the list as it exists. I do think that we need to expand it some. I would think for the credibility of what we're doing, we need a couple more, at least a couple more private sector people that have experience in construction. View this, I mean, we've got, I have the utmost respect for Paula Hammond, but I think from the externals, while she's certainly is more than qualified, she would be viewed as a public person, even though that's not the case anymore. Ted's effectively the only person we have with private site experience on the group. And I think we need that for credibility, and I think we need some outsiders looking in who have a knowledge base to help us make those decisions and see where we could improve and what we maybe didn't do so well on major projects. So, but I don't think we need to do that today. I think that's something the committee can talk about when they form.
And I guess it goes back to the organization of the CIAC and what has been put forward by the legislature. Is there room? I'm not sure in the bylaws, so there's room for us to be able to add additional members.
Yes.
And I committed to sitting in on the CIAC for a period of time until we have a reappointment of a commissioner from the metropolitan area, and then at that point, they might consider that they will probably be serving on the CIAC. So if you're listening and you're thinking about throwing your hat in the ring for a commission seat, you will get appointed. So there you go. Okay. Staff continue.
Excellent. Thank you. All right. Madam Chair, members of the commission, again, Travis Brower, ODOT Deputy Director. I'm going to walk you through the currently circulating referendum petition on HB 3991, just to provide you a bit of background and what it could mean if it were to qualify for the ballot. There are 4 provisions that are subject to the potential referendum. That is an increase in the base vehicle registration fees from $43 a year. It adds $42 on top of it. Is the increase in the vehicle title fees for all vehicles, the increase in the fuels tax and the use tax, which is the diesel tax, and the increase in the payroll tax, which is a limited time for just 2 years. Those provisions obviously provide the bulk of the revenue and funding, particularly in the short term under this legislation. There are a number of tax and fee changes, however, that are not subject to the potential referendum. So for example, the increase of $30 in the supplemental registration fee for 40 plus MPG vehicles and electric vehicles was not included in the referendum that is being collected for signatures right now, nor is the mandatory road usage charge for hybrids and electric vehicles. So you can see that there would be additional revenue from those sources, particularly from those hybrid and electric vehicles that are currently paying relatively little or nothing through the fuels tax for use of the roads. They currently pay, particularly that supplemental registration fee is the main way that electric vehicles pay for the roads. That would shift to a road usage charge beginning in 2027. The other element of this legislation that the tax and fee changes that is preserved is the truck taxation modernization. That is something that ODOT worked very closely with the trucking industry to take our relatively complex system of truck taxation, try to simplify it. We changed it from 85 tax rates on the weight mile tax to just 10 to make it simpler for ODOT to administer and for truckers to pay correctly. And in that legislation, there is a shift of trucks to paying only the weight mile tax, to paying a reduced weight mile tax, as well as a diesel tax. So all of those things will move forward. In the short term, the only one of these that would provide any additional revenue for the 25-27 biennium is that increase in supplemental registration fees for electric vehicles and hybrids. that will bring in something around $16 million this biennium. When I did the back of the envelope math on that, when you take the additional cost that will come for this biennium with implementing a RUC program, with the additional costs that it will take to begin the work of truck taxation modernization that will play out over the next several years. And then you take the 50% that goes to local governments and the additional transfers of some funds to the rest areas and the small cities program, it nets out to essentially zero additional revenue this biennium that's left after all those puts and takes. In the long run, however, as a RUC moves forward, as more and more vehicles transfer from onto that, you will start seeing substantial net revenue from a road usage charge. So there is some revenue in the long run from these provisions that are not subject to the referendum.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I have questions.
I'm trying to remember, Travis, didn't the bill include some additional costs for trucks, 10,000 to 20, the delivery trucks, the boxes?
But Chair Byer, it's a good question, but that was actually not included in the final iteration of the bill. Yeah, it was included in HB 2025, but was not a provision that was included in the final iteration of the bill for whatever reason.
Mr. Baker?
When Vice Chair Byer and I served on the road usage fee task force, and we saw the technology that was in place, it was antiquated and difficult. So in order to get that into place in any sort of industrial strength way, we've obviously got a major overhaul of the technology that's involved. And do you have a sense for what the timeline of that looks like? And, are we going to be able to make that transition in order to meet these timelines, do you think?
Yeah, Commissioner Baker, great question. And the answer really is that technology is being implemented today. We have one of our partners, GeoToll. We rely on private sector account managers to actually collect the mileage data and collect the revenue and remit that to the state, because at this point they have access to much better technology and more flexibility in their platforms than we do. So GeoToll, for example, uses two primary means of collecting that data. Either if you are already enrolled in a telematics program, they can get access to that. So they're just getting access to that data feed of how many miles you have driven at your request, essentially. The other is they use an odometer capture system. So for example, until recently had a pay by the mile insurance plan, and every quarter I had to send in my odometer reading to the insurance company. They basically have within their app, open the app, take a picture of your odometer, send it in every quarter, and that's how you pay. They are really moving away from relying on a plug-in device, which has both greater cost and has greater concern for many folks about privacy, in the sense that it can have GPS enabled technology on board. An odometer capture, for example, does not. It only gives the total number of miles traveled and not the any location based data whatsoever. Doesn't even go to GeoToll, much less to ODOT. We currently do not get any location data, even from those GPS devices.
Yes, go ahead.
Would you envision sunsetting Origo then at some point in time, the platform?
Commissioner Baker, yes, I believe there actually is a sunset of the voluntary program, but basically it will become a mandatory road usage charge program for certain classes of vehicles. Today, that's electric vehicles and hybrids. In the long run, that may be increased in terms of what vehicles are included in the program. The other thing I will note is the legislation does require that starting in, I think it's in the 2030s, ODOT can only contract with account managers who can bring their administrative costs in at 10% or less. And GeoToll has told us they believe that that is feasible, given their migration to these technologies that have a lower cost of operation.
My question was with the task force, I know legislatively it was designed through the legislature and they've kind of disbanded, but are they going to be coming back to kind of set rates or do that work and then make recommendations?
Excellent question, Chair Brown. Under statute, the Road User Fee Task Force is a continuous body and was not rescinded in HB 3991. So we may be exploring bringing them back, essentially to provide oversight, to provide policy recommendations as we implement this program and going forward. So Commissioner Baker may not be.
Commissioner Baker and Commissioner Byer.
We were hoping
Commissioner
that we'd
Byer.
see the Road Usage Fee Task Force sunset.
The work's not done.
Just a point as staff thinks about this. One of the things I've heard a lot from people who bought EVs or hybrids, the dealers they said by and large, dealers don't know how to do this. And so I think we have a need for some kind of marketing education program.
Yep. Vice Chair Byer, that's absolutely correct. In fact, we've been working with the Dealers Association on a point of sale road usage charge enrollment program. That's one of the reasons why when the legislation was written, the first vehicles that go in are existing EVs that are already on the road when they get to their next registration, because it's easy for us through the DMV records just say, hey, you got to enroll. 6 months later is when we bring in the new electric vehicles to let us have the time to work with the dealers so that they can get them enrolled. When you do your paperwork, when you're signing everything, it would just basically be one of those forms like, hey, you got to enroll, here's the form, go do it.
There is an opportunity there to, even before the requirements there, to educate people who may want to do it anyway.
Yep.
And then part of that could be, here's an option, but you're going to have to do it anyway here.
Yeah, Vice Chair Byer, that's what we've been working with a couple of dealers sort of on a voluntary basis. I will say that the dealers have indicated that it would be much easier for them to participate in that if they were able to retain a significant portion of the revenue.
Of course they did.
I'll put that gently. All right, so we will have some additional revenue, some additional costs, and basically in this biennium will net out to zero is the key important thing, and will not cover any of the shortfall. So there are a number of other provisions that are not subject to the potential referendum. In fact, this is like a 50-page bill, and the referendum is on about 2 pages. So one of the reasons why Ms. Peltz is here today is that the accountability provisions, the CIAC, the SOS, Secretary of State audits, review by the Legislative Policy and Research Office, all of those accountability provisions remain in place, as does the repeal of direction to toll I-5 and I-205 that came from HB 2017, annual transfers to the Travel Information Council for rest areas and the small cities program remain, even though the revenue is not really there to support those. And then some provisions around the highway cost allocation study, including updating the methodology. And interestingly, there's an automatic reduction in weight mile tax or fuels tax that goes into effect in 2030 if there is no longer equity if there's not equity between trucks and light vehicles at that point. One thing I will note, obviously with the impacts of this referendum, there is a loss of revenue to ODOT, there's a loss of revenue to local governments, a loss of revenue to public transportation providers. And going back to that point about the automatic adjustment, HB 3991 was designed to address the inequity between light and heavy vehicles by bringing light vehicles up to the level that the highway cost allocation study indicated they should pay to put them into equity with heavy trucks. Without that additional revenue, we will remain out of balance between light and heavy vehicles until such time as either the equity calculation changes through the highway cost allocation study or action is taken to bring them into alignment. If the highway cost allocation study in 2030 still shows them out of alignment, and unless anything else changes, the solution would be to automatically ratchet down the weight mile tax, causing a further reduction in revenue to the state highway fund.
What if it goes the other way in the future? How does that provision work?
Vice Chair Byer, that if in the future, instead of light vehicles being underpaying, if they are overpaying, then the gas tax would automatically ratchet down. And that would be put in place by the Department of Administrative Services.
Well, that's not helpful.
So I will note that there are really only or primarily 2 paths forward if the referendum qualifies for the ballot. And I should note that if it does qualify for the ballot, then ODOT will put all implementation of the provisions subject to the referendum on pause. We cannot begin collecting that revenue if it qualifies for the ballot, it will then go to a vote of the people, and they will either sustain it by voting yes on what the legislature has already passed, or if they vote no, it will be repealed. So with that, the two paths forward that really are available, if there are no changes to statute about how we spend money and no new revenue, then the Transportation Commission and ODOT have no choice but to go through a budget reduction exercise to bring expenditures into alignment with available revenue. And we will be working through that over the course of coming weeks. So we obviously are planning for that today. The other alternative, of course, is you may recall that during the discussion of HB 3991, there was a proposal that was put forward. The -3 amendment, instead of providing additional revenue, would have redirected revenue from other programs across the state, whether that was public transportation, Connect Oregon, HB 2017, bridge, seismic, pavement, culvert funds, and other sources, the Transportation Operating Fund, the Multimodal Active Transportation Fund for bike paths and pedestrian paths. So that was put forward as an option. That may be something that legislators take up. If there are no additional revenue, though, or additional redirection of resources, then we will be back into the situation of making deep reductions across ODOT. So with that, I will pause and take any questions you might have.
Yes, Commissioner Baker.
I would assume that we've learned some things from the staff reduction exercise that we went through last summer. And so the nature of any reductions will probably be similar, but I would imagine it's not going to be, that's not the blueprint for where we would go. We'd make some changes, and so it will affect potentially different people than it affected last summer.
Yeah, Commissioner Baker.
We've had some job loss and resignations and so on.
Yeah, Commissioner Baker, I think it's really important to note that it will look a bit different. While we will still have a significant revenue gap, the legislature partially closed that when they reduced our budget in the legislative adopted budget. We have also put in place very significant austerity measures and have a massive number of vacancies across the agency, nearly 700 vacancies in both full-time, year-round, and seasonal positions. We had about 300 people exit from July through November. That's significantly more than we would normally have. And we have been on a recruitment pause. We are in the process of opening up positions and hiring for winter maintenance and some other critical positions across the agency, primarily DMV, but customer service, but relatively small number of positions. So we are still holding hundreds of positions vacant. Those austerity measures and vacancies have left us with significant savings. And so while we may still need to reduce, several $100 million from our budget, it may be that more, it will likely be that more of those savings would come from vacant positions as opposed to filled positions that would require a layoff. We're doing that budgetary analysis now as we await the outcome of whether the petition qualifies.
Vice Chair.
I don't know how to convey this to the public, but one of the things that they never understand when the public hears we're cutting back on supplies and whatever, they think of paper clips and paper. And what they don't understand is we buy the de-icer and the gravel and all of that a year in advance. So we're good this year because we bought it last year, but we're not buying for next winter's stuff. And we could be in a position of having trucks. Well, we could have trucks parked because we have nobody to operate them, but we also could have trucks that can't go out and gravel the roads because we don't have any. And similar things for the steel, for guardrails that get run into and that. I don't know how to do that, how to convey that to the public, but that's just a reality that you would think at least our legislators would get that.
Yeah. Yeah, Vice Chair Byer, that's absolutely the case. When we talk about, supplies, we're not talking about paper clips and paper and printers. We're primarily talking about sand and salt and de-icer and all those things, equipment and fleet that we need to keep the road safe and open to traffic. I will tell you, every day I look up, check the weather, and have been very gratified that our snowpack is relatively low. We have not had a lot of plowing. Of course, there will be some impacts of that to winter recreation activities and hope possibly to our water supply next year. But so far, The winter has cooperated with our limited ability to put people out on plows to plow snow. But if we are in this situation next year and are not able to refill our supply stocks, we could be in bad shape.
That's not to just push the button and all of a sudden they can deliver 300 loads of gravel. You have long lead time. to get that there.
Takes months to get that gravel in a pile.
Feels the same way the barriers.
Yep.
Yeah.
I know from experience. I was gonna say, I know that one from experience. Yes, Commissioner Baker, do you?
Nope.
Oh, you just are lit up back up.
Oh.
Okay,
Sorry.
it's all right. Go ahead.
All right, that is actually that portion of the presentation. So now we'll turn to Kat Silva, who will talk about our implementation activities. As you can imagine, some things are having to move forward very quickly, both the short term and some of the longer term activities that need to move forward.
One quick question, going back, Travis, I'm sorry, I just had this. The money that we give to the Travel Information Council and the small cities, if that isn't part of the potential referendum, then where does that money come from?
Madam Chair, yes, it comes from our negative ending fund balance. No, so there is technically sufficient revenue from the non-referred portions of the legislation that could cover that. But basically, that's why we net out to essentially zero this biennium if we are going to pay those full amounts as required by statute.
And that's what I think, and the reason I asked that, I think that's part of the conversation also to these legislators, that they understand that. Because it's a small number, but it's still money. Like they go, well, we didn't pull back this. Well,
isn't that a match with an off the top of the money, 25% that goes to cities?
Vice Chair Byer, so the cities get 20% of the state highway fund, and then a portion of the small cities program comes out of their budget, and then a similar amount the same amount comes out of ODOT's budget. So this is one of those.
One-to-one match.
Exactly. So when we say 50-30-20, it's 50-30-20 with a lot of caveats, because some of our 50 goes to local governments. All right, then I will turn to Ms. Silva to walk through the implementation work that we are doing.
Chair Brown, Commissioners, Kat Silva. I'm the Operations Project Manager here at ODOT, and I'm here just to kind of provide a little bit of an overview of the status implementation or progress report that you've received. As Travis mentioned, there are about 14 active initiatives across the agency that are, oh, sure. There are about 14, is that better? Okay, great. There are about 14 active initiatives across the agency that are currently being worked across all divisions and that we're still required to implement regardless of the outcome of the referendum. And we kind of tackled this in the same way that we approached House Bill 2017, where we broke down the bill into discrete bodies of work and then assigned them out to different divisions to create implementation plans. And then I have kind of gathered those up from the subject matter experts and rolled them up into a high-level implementation progress report for you all that will be coming forward monthly. A lot of what's in that report will remain static, other than kind of the cover page that highlights kind of big activities and accomplishments that occur from month to month, any risks that come up, any changes in timelines that are projected across the report. We'll be giving you that information. We'll also be updating kind of in each, for each initiative, the activities that are underway each month for the agency. And so, this is a way for us to highlight for you if there are any delays or shifts in timelines early and often before legislative deadlines hit. And so what you have in your packet this month is kind of that first take at that. And I'm here to ask for, if you've had a chance at this point, to provide feedback, if that's the right level of information for you all. If you'd like more detail and or like a shift in frequency, I'm happy to provide that. On this kind of slide, I've just broken down the biggest implementation efforts that are underway in the agency and some of the smaller ones as well. Ms. Peltz and I are working heavily on the accountability initiatives, and we'll be bringing back kind of individual implementation reports on some of the initiatives that live under that.
A couple of thoughts. I appreciate this. One, it'd be really helpful if you standardize that into a report format. So that's one. The other piece of it, you said you're going to give it to us. I think it might be good to consider sending that to at least the transportation committees in the legislature, maybe all of them. I don't know. If you're doing it electronically, there's no additional cost to that. Shows them that we're following up. And the last one is with the Secretary of State's report. I don't know where we're on that, but it would be helpful if the secretary would consider expediting that before we get into a legislative session.
Thank you.
I know they just issued their financial report, which gave us a clean bill of health financially.
Yeah, I would.
Vice Chair. I don't know who you are.
No.
Commissioner Baker.
Thank you. Similar to Vice Chair Byers' comment about how we communicate it and who we communicate it to, it might also be a good thing to have on our website so that if anybody's interested, they can go, because obviously what we were hearing, during the course of the last year was accountability. And this obviously is what we're doing to step up to all these accountability things. So if it was out there for anybody to see, I think it might be good.
Absolutely.
It's a suggestion. I'm not telling you what to do.
No, of course. Thank you.
Yeah.
That is the totality of the presentation. So unless there are any, happy to send you to lunch.
Well done. Well done.
This one.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, there is an item for decision here, mostly just to clean up where we are with decision-making for CIAC. And so I might ask your consideration of a motion to endorse the proposed membership of the current CIAC recommendations in the letter, evaluate up to 2 additional private sector members with construction background, and then delegate the authority to finalize those selections to the director of the OTC chair so we can advance work on them.
Second.
Second.
All those in favor? All those in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Okay, you don't have any opposed? There you go.
Thank you so much.
Great, thank you. All right, it is 12:20. We are almost back on schedule, a little late, but we're gonna go to lunch. So how long are we gonna be gone? 40 minutes? Okay, 40 minutes, and we will be back. Perfect. All right, are we back in? We are back in to our session here, and we have moved to item I. We skipped over H. We will be back to H in a few minutes, correct? Oh, G. I know. We skipped over G and we're on H. Okay, got it. So we're on item H. Good afternoon. Hope you got lunch.
Did not, but I'll get one soon.
Okay.
Okay, well, good afternoon, Chair Brown, members of the committee. My name is Cy Fink. I am the Business Field Operations Manager for the Office of Engagement, Civil Rights. With me here, I have Brittany and Leon. Brittany is one who's gone through our Coffee Creek program that I'll be sharing about a little bit here shortly. And Leon is a contractor who is now working with Brittany, having gone through that program as well. So a couple of guest speakers to share out a little bit their experience of the programs. Yeah, absolutely. So you're not just hearing it from me. So with that, I'll go ahead and begin. Can everyone see the slide okay? Perfect. So a quick overview or introduction. Our program has been around since 2011. This started way back when USC 140B was introduced, and it allowed essentially state DOTs to use 0.5% of federal transportation dollars towards workforce programs. The allowable services there on the right are the programs that we're allowed to provide those services under. And then later on after that, I think in 2015-ish, for my time, we had ORS 184-866 that passed, which essentially expanded the 0.5% to make it a whole 2.1 million, which is what we had been operating all the way until about 2022. Recently, a few years ago, 504E passed, which removed the 0.5% criteria under 140B. So that essentially removed the limitations state DOTs have to where state DOTs can now use whatever number they deem appropriate for their workforce programs moving forward. This is our budget, just brief overview of our budget. We have about 2.1 million as part of that 140B, that the 0.5%, and then the infrastructure IIJA funding that came in that ends in 2027, I believe. That those funds bring us to about 4.6 million for the 25-27 biennium. You can see the breakdown of our budget there. Our partnership with BOLI is 3.6 million, and Department of Corrections partnership is 1 million. That number with BOLI will drop because IIJ funding will end in 2027, so that will look a little bit different next biennium. And then also Department of Corrections, we are hoping to expand on that program a little bit, so that number would hopefully go up. Just a quick overview of our outreach and recruitment. This is all 2022, 2023 data. We don't have the 24, 25 quite yet. So all data I'll be sharing with you will be the 22, 23. And just one number I want to point up at the top left-hand corner is the number of new apprentices in Oregon that are coming in that year. 45% of new apprentices are people of color, 14% are women, and we're seeing a huge boost in diversifying our programs through the workforce development programs that we have through pre-apprenticeship programs and then our outreach and recruitment. But that 1,900 number, I'd like you to remember as I move to this next slide.
Can I ask a question? So
Yeah.
is that 1,900 individuals in our program, or are these all apprentices?
These are all new apprentices in Oregon.
Okay, so these are our program, but it's all trades, all apprenticeships.
Correct.
Okay.
For highway construction. So as it relates to what ODOT utilizes on our projects. So all the trades that ODOT utilizes on our projects.
Okay, so that could include electrical, or no?
Pardon me?
Could it include
Yes.
electrical?
Yes,
for instance?
it
Okay.
does. Yeah,
I see
electrical.
head shaking
Yeah.
behind you.
Yeah.
Okay.
It does, yes. Union and non-union. Okay. So when I came on board in 2019, we were noticing a huge influx in dropout rates. And so we had a cohort that was started back in 2016, 2017, which is a 10-year cohort. We'll be starting a new cohort here coming up. But with that cohort, we noticed significant dropout rates. You can see the blue numbers and the orange numbers there below. Those are the first period dropouts. A period is essentially the time it takes for apprentice to meet that first benchmark, however many hours are required for that trade. Sometimes it's 6 months, sometimes it's 9 months, sometimes it's a year. It kind of depends on the specific trade. But in working with Bully and their data, because they manage all of the apprenticeships throughout the entire state, we were able to see that around 40% were dropping out on average across the state. They weren't completing their apprenticeship programs. We've done the work in going to career fairs, college fairs, recruiting and bringing them in through our apprenticeship programs, but then we would find they would drop out. And this is just an example of the high dropout rates we looked at and we're noticing, which caused us to kind of shift our focus from more outreach and recruitment to retention services. Go ahead.
I guess you're getting to, I was wondering, do we know why?
Yes, so these are the reported issues from, so we did an evaluation. We worked with Portland State University in conducting like a needs assessment of our program. Before we started putting funds towards something, we wanted to know what our gaps were, where we could improve and make improvements with the limited funding that we did have at the time. So with that, we surveyed all the apprentices and kind of looked at what were kind of the barriers that they were facing that would cause the high dropout rates. I'm not going to go through all the lists right here, but the top three as far as percentage wise were the childcare needs, the hardship needs, and the respectful work sites. Believe it or not, we still have issues on our job sites with respectful work sites to this day.
No surprise there.
So that leads us to our partnership with Bully and some of the services that we're providing through Bully. We offer pre-apprenticeship classes through case management, individuals entering trades, travel-related expenses, per diems, things along those lines, work tools, work boots, things that are startup costs that are difficult for new people that are getting into the workforce, hats, boots, all of that stuff. Childcare subsidies, which I'll talk about more in a second, and then the one-time hardship assistance, which I'll also talk about here in a second. First, with the pre-apprenticeship programs, we have essentially what it's designed to be is kind of try a job out first before you actually do it, right? So the pre-apprenticeship, they get to learn about expectations. They get to see what's the industry like, what are they going to be encountering on the job sites. They get to job shadow, they get to see and actually try out the work before they actually get into their apprenticeship program. So a pre-apprenticeship is really just a practice or a tryout, if you will, of a job or a trade that you'd like to maybe look into. And I will say we've been doing this from the beginning. It's working really well. It's helping diversify our workforce, but it's also helping our retention. Those that know what to expect going into it are twice as likely to carry or move through the entire program, as opposed to those that get into a job and didn't realize it was going to be like it was or is, and then they end up dropping out. So our pre-apprenticeship programs are a very holistic approach to what a job might look like before they start. Our high impact services, these are the ones that we've really focused more on this year based off of the needs that were identified in the needs assessment. Childcare, I'm not going to go through all of the bullets, but the bottom left-hand bullet, $2,500 per child per month for those that qualify. And then the hardship, we look at different issues that come up. Your vehicle breaks down, something happens, you can't get to the job site to get your hours that you need for the training. And so we offer stipends and assistance for that. We've really learned that you can really expand and stretch your dollar a lot further by working with other state agencies. There's a lot of other providers out there that offer different resources and services. And so we partnered with the childcare subsidies. We partnered with DHS, who had a program for childcare. What we essentially did is we went in and said, for any of our apprentices that don't qualify for your program, we will flip the bill for them so that they can also have free childcare services afforded to them if they need it. This reel here, this is a quick flyer for our AARC model, the apprentice related childcare subsidies. It's in your handouts. I won't break it down too much, but if you want to learn or read more about what that looks like and how we break down what's eligible and what apprentices have to do to qualify for it, it's all on that quick little flyer there we'll talk about. So apprentices that receive childcare services, phase 3 is just those that have used the service for the full amount, right? So for those that have used all phase 1, phase 2, they've used it to its fullest. These are essentially the graduation rate differences between those that received a childcare service versus those that did not receive a childcare service. So as you can see on the left-hand side, 20% are more likely to graduate their apprenticeship having received a service versus those that did not, 67%. And then a highlight here on the right side, women of color, 100% graduation rate for those that received childcare services versus those that did not. So with that, childcare support and hardship, job readiness are a big push, a big influx of what we're seeing as far as need. And so we're putting more of our funding and budget as far as those services are entailed towards those types of services. We also have food, lodging, meals, things like that when they have to go to a job site. Contractors don't always pay their apprentices for the housing or the lodging. If I live in Salem and have to go to the Dalles for a job or something like that, that's not always paid for. And so that's also a hardship that a lot of apprentices can't eat as far as cost goes. And so we also help in that area as well. This slide is just really a quick overview of kind of all the services that we offer and the difference between those that received a service versus those that did not receive a service. On average, we're about 10% more likely to graduate out versus those that did not receive a service. Some very quick highlights for you. Hardship funds are increasing our retention a lot. We've got a number of that are going through our program that are completing their apprenticeship by having received hardship funds and services. Pre-apprenticeship programs are contributing to diversifying our workforce. 20% of all women in apprenticeship trades through that work with ODOT or on ODOT projects come through a pre-apprenticeship program. And then also our data is showing that those that receive childcare subsidies, as I mentioned, are more likely to complete their journey out as opposed to those that do not. With that, there's a couple of highlights I'd like to share. One, we've been featured in multiple articles, newspaper articles, news articles regarding our childcare program and our workforce programs. Oregon and ODOT essentially has been pioneering these long before many other states. We're one of the first states to have implemented anything along these lines. We were also featured in a case study by Federal Highway. They're using our program as an example for other states to mimic and replicate for their workforce programs. So it's something positive for ODOT that is an indicator, I like to think, that we're moving in the right direction as it relates to our programs and where we're focusing our services and funding that we do get from 504E funds. And then, as I mentioned, the last one part that was the most common reason why apprentices were dropping out was respectful work sites. OHSU, we partnered with them. They actually have a branch that's mental health, mental sciences, and that branch has worked with us in partnering where we've developed with them a working climate scale. So a company can essentially work with us on developing a survey or a gauge, if you will, on the culture of their project or their program, their company, what people are feeling, and how well it's going on their job sites. And then we've also added to that where we're in the development of a resource hub for these contractors to use free of charge whenever they like, that they can utilize for training, for equipping. We found a lot of apprentices start out as apprentices, but then they work their way up the ranks to become foremen, superintendents, but never received training, management training, conflict resolution training, how to manage people, all of that. So that's a resource hub for them to really get some much needed training to kind of help them work better with folks on their job sites moving forward. I'll pause briefly if you have any questions before I transition.
Questions? Commissioner Franklin?
Yeah, Cy, this was great. And, I really like what you're doing there. I do have a question because this hardship funding, I know it's a huge deal. And for lack of $200 to fix a car, I mean, it can wipe out somebody's apprenticeship or education. And so I know about this because part of our family philanthropy is doing this at a community college.
Right.
But it made me think, do we just rely on government funding, or are you doing anything to try to create any kind of philanthropy?
Yeah.
Because this crosses over so many people that are interested in this kind of thing.
It does. We are currently working on reaching out and partnering more with our workforce boards as it relates to additional resources. We've also looking at grants, other funding sources to kind of help supplement these costs. But as of now, the funding that we do get is solely federal funding for these programs, but we'd like to work more with other entities. I know Oregon Tradesman, we've had conversations with them. We've had conversations with Constructing Hope, and then, like I mentioned, the workforce boards, and then Department of Corrections is also really eager, and along with Bully, and going after some of these grants to kind of help supplement these programs.
Following on.
Vice Chair.
Do you get some of your funding through the workforce councils that are the state council, and each region has one?
Pardon me?
The workforce councils that are established, they're federally funded locally, and I think there's a state council too. Are they supportive of this program?
They're supportive, but they're not supporting it financially as of yet. So yes, we can have those conversations, but I don't think we've started on the funding side of those quite yet.
That's their whole purpose in life. is to
And
do
they
this
have,
kind of thing.
and they have a lot of money too. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Commissioner.
I'm curious if you have data after apprenticeships. So like if you're tracking people, after, so it's great to understand how certain kinds of interventions can help someone complete their apprenticeship. And then after they've completed their apprenticeship, are they sticking with the trade? Are they sticking with the employer that they landed with, after their first apprenticeship? I'd be interested to know whether there's a difference in retention at that stage among people who received a certain amount of support in the apprenticeship stage.
Right. Unfortunately, we don't track folks after they've graduated out. It's not data that I don't think we have or Bully has, but I can look into that. I'd be more than happy to follow up on that moving forward, but we don't at the moment have that. The program is specifically at this point in time designed just to get people to journey out. So once they have, then our services end. All of the support that we offer kind of comes to an end at that point in time.
Right. I mean, it may not be the kind of thing that you need to do like really exhaustive, comprehensive data collection, but I mean, for the purposes of tooting our horn and promoting the program and sustaining investment in the program, it would be great to have some of those stories, 5 years out, like look at what this person, look at where this person has gotten to.
Agree.
At this point, just to share with people.
Absolutely. 100% agree.
Go ahead, Vice Chair.
How do you phase out the childcare subsidy?
Absolutely. You're gonna ask that question.
I mean, at some point, the whole idea of apprenticeship is you get farther into it, your hourly wage goes up. And at some point, they're gonna have to carry the childcare. So I'm curious, how do you help them do that? That's one part. The other part is I'm just curious, a lot of times like the childcare credit and all of that, how that can be really helpful people if there's some education up front to increase their deductions so that their monthly or weekly wage goes up. And they don't have to wait to the end to get a credit back.
Right. So the subsidies are phased out based off of their income, but they receive it all the way up until they journey out. So that's a service that's available to them until they graduate out of their apprenticeship program.
Wow.
And then at that point in time, their salary then determines.
Is it reduced as they make more?
It is reduced. So that one flyer that I mentioned that was in the attachment, that breaks that down. It's a percentage, like 200% poverty level, and then it
So you're
goes
helping them
down.
to adjust to
Right.
reality.
It's a slow adjustment. It's not just a drop off. Yeah.
Go ahead.
I may have missed this, but is this pre-K childcare, or is this when once kids are school age, does it assist with after school care?
My understanding is it's grade school all the way down. So 12 and down, because I think I don't know the exact rule in Oregon, but I don't think you're allowed to leave a child alone under the age of 12. So it's
Correct.
that age
Yeah.
and down is what we offer the coverage for. Thanks.
I think my question was going to be well, let me ask you this question about how long, and I guess it depends on the apprenticeship, but how long is the time frame? Is it like 3 years before they become journey?
It depends on the trade. Some take 8 years, some only take 4 years. So it depends on the trade, how long their apprenticeship would be.
Because one of the reasons I asked that was when we were reviewing the Abernathy Bridge, and that's one of the projects where they started the apprenticeship
Mhm.
program. And I said, at what point, what kind of data are we going to have to see if after that project is complete, are they able to find another job? You're like, can they move on? Will they be able to move from there? Are we actually moving the needle and helping people get their certifications? So.
Yeah, so as long as they're in the program, as long as they're in their apprenticeship program, they have access to all of these services until
That's
they
great.
journey out. Mhm.
Yes, Vice Chair.
I should just leave it on.
You should.
That's an interesting thought to explore. Could we make it part of our contractual requirements? We have it, if they have a certain number of apprentices.
Mhm.
I wonder if we could tie into there that the first preference would be to apprenticeships leaving another job. Hate to lose that after you start that investment.
Yeah, I think, so Madam Chair, members of the commission, Chris Strickler again, Director of the Oregon Department of Transportation. I think there are benefits that we see when you can offer two things in parallel. So one is the pipeline of work and reliability on the pipeline of work. And then it's the ability for the services to continue in some length of time that they can be relied upon so that people don't feel that anxiety of services disappearing and they have to go somewhere else where they have to basically hunt for those services again. And so what we see is where we've got the pipeline of work, we actually see people staying local and continuing to do that work. And that's really the biggest indicator. I don't know about actually applying it to contract. That's not something I thought of before because it's really a pipeline issue, but it's one that we could certainly ask questions
Issue is
around.
really given through the first couple of years. I know overall, that's always been a problem, keeping people in the apprenticeship program, because you only have a job when the contractor has a job.
That's right. And that's why the pipeline becomes so important. And you'll see that in funding conversations as well in the future, not to raise something that we're not ready to talk about yet. But as you look to the future, if you want the construction industry to maintain its strength, they've got to have a 7-year plus window of understanding that there's a pipeline of work so that those that are working on the jobs have some reliability in the career as opposed to a 1 or 2 season job.
I wonder too, in some of the dropout pieces of it, I mean, so I was married to somebody in construction, so well, he left a lot and was gone. Having children, I was there and was able to, but when you have a woman in construction, it's got to be difficult to be able to find childcare. So if they have to move to a job site that is further out, what happens?
They get
do
to
you see
choose
some of that dropout because of that?
a little bit, but they get to choose the provider for the childcare service. So they get to
Take
choose
the child with them?
Or if the some service providers actually go, we'll travel with, and others won't. So I think the majority of them are utilizing them if they do have to travel or for at home, depending on the distance. Mhm.
Wow. It's got to be difficult.
Yeah. Okay, if we're good, I'll move forward. Okay. Our partnership with Department of Corrections is something we've recently started. It's a passion of mine. It's something that's near and dear to my heart. In looking at developing, kind of putting together a program, starting at Coffee Creek. It started as kind of a pilot project for us, and it's now taken off for us relatively quickly. We started it back in 2023, And that partnership is with Department of Corrections, as I mentioned, and then also Baker Technical Institute. They're the ones that provide the training. They actually come on site. There's quite a bit of red tape in working with Department of Corrections, but we were able to work with them on a site where folks could go and practice, get their training. And the women there, they actually get hands-on experience. They're not on simulators only. They actually get to work with heavy equipment, as you see in the background, and practice and work with the equipment that they have. All of them that go through this training receive the following kind of training certifications: safety, forklift, heavy equipment, and they receive a certification on all of these things. It's not just a little bit of a training. They actually are certified so that when they leave and are looking for work, they're actually ready to hit the ground running once they get in. The last couple of years, we've had 72 graduates. We have 3 cohorts a year, and those are 12 women per cohort. And then we've had 100% graduation rate and certification rate. That means everyone that's been accepted into the program has graduated and has reached those levels of certification that are required to be able to operate the equipment or conduct the type of job that they were getting the certifications or trainings for. There's high need for this program. It's very, very competitive. We're only able to take 12 per cohort, and that's 3 a year. So we have around 80 to 100 applicants for every cohort. And so there's a lot of interest there. And so that's one of the things that we're looking to expand on funding so that we can have more work through that program with us and continue to build that pipeline and bring more workers into the workforce for our trades.
So what does graduate mean? Does that mean is that a pre-apprenticeship? They go into an apprenticeship program?
It's a level 1 certification as an equipment operator and as a laborer. So there's different certification levels, and it would equate to what they would be learning as an apprentice or in a pre-apprenticeship program.
So they could go out and at least get a job with a non-union.
Union or
person,
non-union.
Or the unions recognizing it?
The unions are.
That's good.
Yep. Baker Technical Institute works with both union and non-union. Their certifications are well known because throughout the Pacific Northwest. They're in Washington, California, Nevada, Idaho, and started here in Oregon. They're here in Baker. So they've been growing and they're well known for that. And they've been able to work with both union and non-union on their certifications. And so they've been accepted, to my understanding, for both up until last I heard a few weeks ago. So with that, I have 2 special guests here that were willing to come and share kind of their experience. I have Brittany here, who has gone through the Coffee Creek program. She's one of our success stories that has flourished now that she's out. She's doing great things. And I also have Leon here from Advanced Tribal Solutions, I believe. Advanced Tribal LLC, yeah. And he's going to be sharing a few of his thoughts on the contractor side of the program and how it helps with their workforce. So with that, I'll let Brittany go ahead and share your story.
Might turn the mic on. Thanks. It's
Hello.
There
Oh,
we
got
go.
it.
Okay.
There you go. Wagalisi Galasasas, Brittany Henry. I'm a member of the Klamath Tribes. I was incarcerated at Coffee Creek from 2022 to June of this year. I got transitioned out to Red Lodge Transitional Services, and I've been working with them quite a bit since I've been out. And January, I will be starting with Leon. I started school at Northwest College of Construction. Because I took the BTI program in prison, I got all the certifications I needed. It bumped me up in school, and it helped me out a lot. And so being incarcerated and taking that program and them having like the patience that they had with us and really putting their time into us, it helped me a lot when I got out. It gave me a boost of confidence that I needed. It got me farther out than what I would be if I wouldn't have took that program. And so, you know, I am thankful for that program and everybody that had a part in it.
So what are you working at now?
I am working with Red Lodge Transitional Services. In January, I will be starting with Leon.
Okay,
And I'm going to school at Northwest College of Construction.
and your trade?
I'm doing laborers and then I'm moving into heavy equipment.
Okay,
Great.
congratulations.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner.
Yeah.
Whoever you are.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Baker. I'm tired. My brain is fried.
Brittany, thanks for coming. And I know this is kind of an intimidating looking group, but
No, you guys are great.
we're easy.
Not
Yeah,
after
you guys
they
are
just witnessed my.
I was in, yeah, I was in business for a long, long time,
Mhm.
leading companies, and some of my best employees, team members over time had been incarcerated.
Mhm.
So congratulations and go for it.
Yes,
You
absolutely.
know, I think being incarcerated can kind of work on your self-esteem a little bit.
Mhm. Yeah, it saved my life.
Yeah, and now you've got a really great chance. So
Yes.
go out with confidence and
Absolutely.
yeah. And I think, the same thing for the rest of your cohorts. Part of it is we as a society have to, there need to be more people, the way I approached it, which is, oftentimes there's really great people that have been incarcerated. They just made a mistake somewhere along the line. Circumstances dealt them a blow and they ended up in prison.
Mhm.
And now, that they're out and they're getting to turn the page on a fresh chapter, they become extraordinarily great employees because they're so happy for the opportunity and the benefit to make it happen. So,
Yes, thankful and blessed.
yeah, so I'm rooting for you. So,
Thank you so much.
yeah.
And I was just gonna say, I kind of alluded to, my husband was in construction, and if you're looking at heavy equipment, that is a great area to get into. It's so needed in our communities, in our state. I mean, if you talk to construction companies, they're constantly looking for workers and reliable people.
Mhm.
And you've shown that, you've got the fortitude to stick with something and go for it, and you're gonna be great. And that is a high paying job. I tell you, it's a great place to be. So go after it with
Yes,
everything you
sky's the
got.
limit.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Leon Ariza, and I am here under Advanced Tribal. That's my company. My mother's Carrizo Apache, and my father is Southern Paiute out of California. I share a lot of the same, story as Brittany here. Obviously, or not obviously, but I was previously incarcerated. Went through an apprenticeship program out of Job Corps. Worked 35 years in the industry, and so I understand the challenges that are faced as a person of color in the industry with those challenges. Started my company in 2005, ran that company till 2012 when I changed directions and went more of a heavy civil direction. Started Advanced Tribal in 2015. One person show, and started hiring people, and I really seen an opportunity to get help, get supported by and support our Native community. And what that's done is it's employed 23 of our Native men and women. I started a training program through the Northwest College of Construction, where I'm a training agent for carpenters, laborers, cement finishers, and heavy equipment operators. I've been running that program now since 2017. I've had 3 apprentices journey out. 2 of them are still with me. The third one is wanting to come back. Let's see here. Something that I hear with the questions here that is very common is, how do we support through our programs that doesn't just end within the reach of our programs? And it really rings true to what I do with my company. I mean, this construction thing is just something that we do. It's not who we are. You know, this is who we are. So I spend a lot of my time, you know, breaking down some of the barriers that I've had challenges with, because I'm guaranteeing if we have them, a lot of people have them, but we just don't talk about them. So I break it down and talk about budgeting, you know, with the money that we're making from our skills and our trades. And anyhow, it's really connecting all of our programs to help full wraparound services. And I think that the program that reaches into our institutions, the Department of Corrections, is really key to helping people build a path of success. And so on another hat, I also wear, I volunteer for the Department of Corrections for Native American Services. So I sometimes see people within the DOC, and then when they get released, I also help them continue, you know, the good path, because everybody can talk good when they're looking at towards the gate, but it's, you know, putting that talk to work once they hit the pavement on the other side. And it's, you know, in partnership with the Department of Corrections and ODOT and other organizations that make, you know, it possible for folks like myself and Brittany to, you know, get on this journey to having not just a job, but a career. And there's a difference. And that's part of my, you know, sitting on a soapbox when people call me up from jail or treatment. There's, hey, I hear you have something good going on. I need a job. And I said, now hold on. This isn't just a job. This is a career. Let's change the way we're thinking here. And, you know, 80% of my employees have been through the Department of Corrections. You know, they accused me of being a second chance employer, and I had to look up what that meant. I'm like, oh, well, that means hiring people like myself. Yeah, I guess I am. So it's through programs like the one here with ODOT that make it all possible. Northwest College Construction, Constructing Hope, pre-apprenticeship programs. Anyways, I don't want to take up too much time, but
Before you jump, one of the things that I heard you say was you teach budgeting. And I think that's such a critical piece of this, because in construction, one of the things that, and we talk about this even amongst ourselves, is you're moving from job to job, or weather can impact. And so there's time that all of a sudden you don't have a job. You're sitting there waiting. And so I think that that's great that you're teaching that, because I think that that's one of the critical areas of people leaving out of an apprenticeship situation or is because there's no work. And then what do I do? So I'm going to go find something else to do to keep me alive during that time.
Yeah.
And then they don't come back. So thank you for doing
I
that.
also sit on the board of Red Lodge. So I also help support those services. And it's just, for me, it was really important when I started my company. How do I even know what my worth is? How do I know what to charge? So not having an education on the book approach, I just sat down and started with my rent, my electrical, and broke it down to real life expenses, you know, times it by, you know, 2,080 hours, divided it back and figured out what my hourly wage was. And those are the same sharings that I sit down with folks and say, hey, let's just take the boogeyman out of the equation. Let's just figure this out. So we figure out what a real working wage is, how to budget with real bills. And I do tell them all the time, don't live outside your means, you know, because it may be good today, but who knows what tomorrow is going to bring. So
We should learn that. Yes,
That's
Commissioner.
very impressive.
Leon, congratulations. What a great story. So it's not easy owning a business, is it?
No.
No, and you never know that till you do it. But I got a couple questions for you. Do you contract with ODOT at all? Are you doing any construction services?
Yeah,
for
we're
ODOT?
on, actually the I-5 Rose Quarter project that we keep hoping and waiting to get started, but I'm contracted for the early work, package A, which is the north end of the project that, like I said, we've been on guard and ready for about 4 years now.
Yeah.
Trying to hurry.
Yeah, we are. That's how we spend our morning. I'd just be really curious over time. And I think, more for the director and their team, how easy is it to do business with us as ODOT? And
Historically, it's been really difficult for small businesses, people of color, BIPOC businesses to get into it. And there's a lot of challenges, and from bonding, and it's usually an economic thing, is as an employee back in the day, I'm out there doing the work. So it's not a matter of if I understand the work or can do the work. It's usually an economic challenge, bonding, insurances, and that's the reality of it.
yeah, I mean, we have goals to do more business with small business. And, part of my concern has been how well do we educate our small businesses and how to compete? And then, we've had ongoing discussions, how fast we pay our bills and that kind of thing, because it becomes really important for small businesses that don't have the ability to go to a bank and have a line of credit. So any information you could provide us over time?
Net 15.
Yeah. I mean,
It's a real thing.
It is a real thing, isn't it?
Yeah, I have contracts with City of Portland, TriMet, PBOT, and Net 15's a real thing. And because I'm not a bank.
Yeah.
It helps keep cost of the project low.
Yeah. So we need to be really attuned, because I think, we tend to think big, and, they can do it differently.
We can break down projects into more palatable pieces, allow us to use our bonding if we have 500K or 2 million. Let us bond that 5 million, into a $5 million project in $2 million increments. Let us use our bonding. Exercise bonding helps us build financial legs.
Yeah, get in Si's ear and have him become an expert on how to get you more business. The other I'm curious about, and it relates to people that have been incarcerated and our hiring practices. And I don't know if you've got an opinion or not, but sometimes I think we're in a workforce development environment where we're trying to create some jobs. Some of them, Chris, could end up being ODOT employees, coming to work for ODOT parks, whatever. Do you have any sense for whether or not good people are being dismissed in the evaluation process because of their past history? Or are we, as a state and agency, do you have an opinion? Are we open to having those discussions?
Can't believe I asked that question.
I would hope so. I know for myself, folks are very open with me about it, and they say, hey, I've got a background. And I chuckle and say, well, don't we all? And in fact, if you don't, you probably aren't going to work out here with my company, because that's where I come from. So I understand those challenges, and I help bridge that gap. I just finished up contract out at the Portland airport, where background checks was a thing. And I helped 3 of our employees ahead of time go through a program where they helped get our records expunged. Some had to get reduced before getting expunged, but we went through programs where we were able to then qualify to get onto the Portland Airport job. So that's something that typical contractors don't do with their employees. But again, I'm invested in our community to beyond that level. So as far as ODOT goes, you know, I haven't had any challenges with getting our crew. Well, we haven't been on our ODOT project as of yet, so we'll hope to see no challenges getting on site.
I don't know what area of the contract you're into, but have you looked at all of our ADA ramp programs that we're doing throughout? That's one that we made a special attempt to try and shrink the sizes of the projects down to be more available.
I'm aware of it, and I'm not. I think they're like a 3-year contract, so I'm waiting for the next rotation to come so I can qualify. I do have those same contracts with TriMet and PBOT, so I know I'm available for the work. I just need the contract to.
We're spending a lot of money in that area.
And I've been through the ODOT training for ADA ramps twice now. So
Okay.
How was the training?
it changes as the conditions and designs change a little bit. They kind of became more flexible because it's hard to have a limited amount of designs fit all conditions. It's nearly impossible. So they've had to adjust some of the criteria that allow us to make some field adjustments, but it was pretty good. I'd do it again. I just like to, I guess every 3 years you should go through the information again.
Good.
Thank you for sharing.
Yeah, that's helpful.
Yeah.
Good
to meet you.
Director.
Yeah.
Did you-
Madam Chair, thank you for just a quick moment. I just wanted to congratulate you, Brittany, and thank you for choosing the industry, and Leon, for sure, thank you for your leadership and for choosing this industry. I'm a bit of an industry nerd, as you might imagine, but we build careers, and
right.
so thank you for choosing us because you've got a choice in this as well. Side, great work. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Good presentation.
We should have started the day with that. It made me
No,
feel
we need to
better.
end it with the feel good.
Okay, yes.
Now which one are we moving to?
Now we're going to the small business development. The last thing on the agenda, and just for clarity, are we to where? Oh, we are. So we're not cutting G. Okay. Afternoon. Wow.
Good afternoon.
I'm not sure which one that was.
Too close to the computer.
Oh, it could be, yeah.
I'll try that
Madam-
again.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the commission. For the record, Angela Crane, manager within the Office of Engagement and Civil Rights. I am here with my team member, Ms. Kellum, and coincidentally, we also have invited guests as well, and that was not pre-planned with Cy, so great timing here. So we're gonna let our panel here introduce themselves quickly.
Can you, you may have to.
I am Andy Vogt, the general manager of Aiken Corporation. Should I explain?
Sure.
Or just
Go
in
ahead.
there?
Go ahead.
Well, we're a contractor corporation in Oregon since 2006, and specializing in the electrical field in civil construction, so building the actual traffic signals and street lights, stuff like that. And yeah, that's us.
How big a company?
We have about 65 employees and about a $30 million company.
My name is Andy Cope. I'm with Interlochen. We are an excavation firm based in the Portland area, and we're been around since 2004, woman-owned business, and happy to be enrolled in the small business development program here, and have been the recent recipient of a couple of ODOT projects, which will be our first. And so we're super excited about the new relationship and the opportunity to work with you all.
And how big's your company?
We are a team of about 45 right now.
I'm Rachel Bays, also with Interlochen.
Perfect.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the commission. As Angela said, my name is Elsa Kellum, and I am the program manager for the Small Business Development Program. We're here today to update you on implementation of our new small business program, for which you approved adoption of the rules last year. In today's update, I'll briefly review the purpose. Oh, did you go ahead? Thank you. So in today's update, I'll briefly review the purpose of the program and its intended impact. I'll walk through what we've accomplished so far in 2025, including key milestones and early successes, and share information on participating firms and our initial projects. I'll also highlight the emerging challenges we're navigating as we scale. And finally, I'll outline our plans for 2026. I'm happy to take questions as we go or following our prepared presentation.
Can you guys withhold your questions? Yes. Okay, I'm gonna make them hold their questions. So go ahead.
So in response to Senate Bill 1048, now ORS 184.906, ODOT established the Small Business Development Program. This program aids qualified small businesses in competing for public improvement contracts that ODOT procures. This race and gender neutral program empowers small, underutilized businesses to compete for ODOT contracts and gain valuable experience as prime contractors. By identifying projects that are suitable for small firms to undertake as prime and qualifying firms to participate, we're building contractor capacity and expanding competition. Over time, this strengthens Oregon's transportation contractor base, which is essential to ensuring we have enough qualified firms to deliver the state's infrastructure needs. When fully implemented, this program will award up to $25 million annually in prime contracts to small businesses. That represents real, tangible opportunity for small contractors. We're not just increasing the number of firms working with ODOT, we're building capacity and increasing competition. And ultimately, that competitiveness benefits taxpayers. It also means our transportation infrastructure will increasingly be built by a contractor pool that reflects the communities we serve. How did we get here? In 2024, we engaged our industry partners and small firms for input on program design and draft rules. Two key approvals moved us forward. Federal Highways gave us the green light in May of last year by approving the program, and you, the OTC, approved our rules for adoption last December, which allowed us to move forward with implementation. In April of this year, we launched our online application and started qualifying firms for the program. We also selected our first two projects for initial rollout. This fall, after our first mandatory pre-bid meetings, we awarded our first two contracts under this program. I'll talk more about our projects in just a minute, but first I'd like to share some early successes with you. Since we submitted these slides, we've actually had a positive growth. We've added 2 contractors, and so you see on the early successes 39 firms, but we now have 41 firms participating in the program. Our first mandatory pre-bid meeting in in August drew a standing room only crowd, 28 attendees representing 15 participating firms, which really underscores the level of interest and demand. And since last year, our OECR team, including our small business program navigators and field coordinators, have participated in 52 outreach events, making sure firms know about this program and how to get involved. Because the program awards prime contracts, firms must first be pre-qualified as ODOT prime contractors. So the first step to qualify for this program is to complete OPO's existing prime pre-qualification process. Once pre-qualified to prime in the relevant classes of work, a firm can then apply to the program, which takes just about 10 minutes online. As you know, becoming an ODOT prime is a significant milestone for any small contractor. We know that at least 4 firms were partially motivated anyway to complete prime pre-qualification so that they could participate in this program. There are 3 ways a firm can demonstrate eligibility for this program. COVID certification is not required, but it is one way to qualify. The other qualifying pathways are being registered with the U.S. Small Business Administration and eligible for an SBA contracting assistance program, or through self-qualification. When applying to the program, a firm chooses one of those 3 qualifying options, as I just covered, to demonstrate their eligibility. While COVID certification is not required to qualify, COVID certification was the chosen route for those firms that are COVID certified. This year, 30 firms, now 32 with the recent additions, qualified through COVID, while 9 firms entered through the SBA and self-qualification routes. There are many ways to look at the size and profile of firms participating in this program. On this slide, you're looking at the average number of employees annually. Most firms, nearly 80%, have fewer than 50 employees. That includes 12, now 14, firms with fewer than 10 employees and 19 firms with 10 to 49 employees. Only 1 firm reported having more than 100 employees. This reinforces that the program is engaging the smaller contractors it was designed to support. Continuing with firm size, this slide shows annual gross receipts for the 38, now 40 plus firms that have qualified. Most firms, 26, have reported annual receipts under 10 million. Another 10 firms fall in the 10 to 19.9 million range. Only 5 firms reported gross receipts above 20 million. So the program is reaching smaller firms, those businesses with the capacity to grow and benefit from expanded access to state contracting opportunities. I'll say that this next slide is a little hard on the eyes, and I do apologize for that. There's a lot here. It really does underscore an important couple points. The small firms participating in the program are pre-qualified across the full range of ODOT prime classes of work. Not only do we have firms in all classes of work, but most firms qualify to prime in several classes of work. These are the criteria we use to identify strong project candidates for this program. As you know, only public improvement projects can be considered for this program. Projects may be federal or state funded. Federal candidates are drawn from ODOT's statewide transportation improvement program. We prioritize single function, simple work type projects that require minimal specialized expertise, projects where small firms are well positioned to succeed. And as the program matures, our goal is to have projects in all 5 ODOT regions statewide. Of the 10 STIP projects identified as potential candidates, 2 were selected for the program's initial rollout. The OR 99W, OR 153 curb ramps project in Amity in Region 2, and the I-84, I-5 to Hood River Safety Improvement Project in Region 1. We bid $4 million worth of projects, and both of our initial projects came in lower than the estimated construction cost. Back in August, 33 firms had qualified for the program. All were notified of the upcoming bid opportunity of our first project, the ADA curb ramps project in Amity. In addition to sending out an email letting them all know about this bid opportunity, our OECR staff, including our small business navigators, then personally called each firm owner to make sure that they knew about this opportunity, and especially the 22 that were pre-qualified to prime in the required class of work, to ensure that they were aware of not only the bid opportunity, but also the upcoming mandatory pre-bid meeting. The mandatory pre-bid, as I mentioned, drew 28 attendees. 15 participating firms were there, showing strong interest and engagement. The project received 5 responsive bids, and the contract was awarded to Interlochen, who we'll hear from in just a minute, a WBE certified firm. So we've seen early successes, and we have plans for 2026. We also want to share some challenges we're seeing. As with a new program, we're encountering some early risks, and just want to share with you these and how we're looking at navigating them. So first of all, given the significantly reduced number of STIP projects bidding in 2026, there will be fewer project candidates, which will likely limit our ability to build a full project portfolio in the coming year. Second, there is some uncertainty around DOJ requirements for ongoing implementation. DOJ has raised the possibility of additional rulemaking. If required, that rulemaking would likely further delay project identification and approval and slow the program's momentum. Third, early project awards show that some first-time primes need additional support navigating ODOT processes. We're developing training for both small firms and regions to ensure that regions know what support new primes typically need. Things like accessing e-bids, understanding project documents, and meeting deliverable timelines between award and the pre-construction meeting. Looking ahead to 2026, we plan to, first of all, observe delivery of initial projects to identify readiness gaps of new firms, and then develop training and resources both for small firms and REs. Second, work with DOJ to resolve remaining program questions and get clarity on possible additional rulemaking and project approvals. Third, strategically identify suitable projects bidding in the coming year across regions to be included in the portfolio and forecast portfolio projects in 2027 and beyond. Fourth, maintain active engagement with industry partners and small firms to support contractor capacity. Fifth, continue to qualify small firms and ensure participating firms receive timely notice of bid opportunities and available resources. And work toward awarding up to $25 million annually in prime contracts to small firms. That concludes our prepared presentation, and we welcome any questions you have. We also have the contractors who were awarded each of the first contracts here, and invite you to talk with any of us.
I assume that people who complete the certification can bid on any ODOT project.
That's true.
And are they specifically notified of those, get on a list or something?
Madam Chair and Vice Chair, that's true. They are not limited to bidding on small business development prime contracts. They can bid on any.
Do you follow that to see if they're successful in other project bids?
Madam Chair and Vice Chair Byer, not actively yet. However, we do have meetings bi-weekly with project delivery and also share information in that way. And so that is something that we will look at more going forward as we implement.
It seems like that ought to be a prime goal. I mean, the goal is to increase participation by small businesses across the board.
Madam Chair, Vice Chair, yeah, just to follow up on that, while the program is new and we're just now standing up these two projects, our goal through just data and access to our data and our procurement and projects at both prime level that have been awarded and even subcontracting data is to then follow the firms that entered into the small business development program and how they're growing, where they're growing, are they growing capacity, are they graduating from other certified programs? So moving forward, now that we've been able to launch, would definitely be a goal of the program to continue that portfolio.
Questions from commissioners?
Get a couple.
You're not, there you go.
What's the definition of small?
Madam.
Oh, don't worry about
Yeah,
it.
Sorry.
yeah.
This is only my second time doing
It's all
this.
right.
That's all right.
We don't want you to be nervous and don't worry about it. We're not that formal, so
All
it's
right.
okay.
Madam Chair and Commissioner Baker, it is true that there are so many definitions of small businesses. And so for the purpose of this program, let's see, I'm a little flustered right now.
So I'll step in here really quick. For the purpose of small business development program and also outlined by the legislature is they could be a certified firm. So looking at the definitions, for example, as a DBE and the size, annual gross receipts average a little over 2 million, for example, personal net worth. So it's the same framework that is in the regulations. Same with a small business administration or the SBA program, following the guidelines, because again, that was also in the legislation. And so either being certified already as either, let's say, a DBE or an SBA automatically qualify. And if that firm chooses to not be certified as either, then going through a self-qualification process that has the same limits to them. So it is not an area that ODOT actually framed up or proposed. That was what was given to us in the legislation in the bill of that definition of small.
Now, all those DBEs, of course, went away and they have to requalify. So that makes it more difficult, huh? Why did we decide on just 25 million as our goal?
And Madam Chair and
don't be intimidated by it. I mean, we've got these really intimidating titles, but we're a really friendly group. So not to worry.
I don't even know who they are half the time. It's
Yes.
okay.
Yeah, Commissioner Baker, I feel like I bring you good news. And so the 25 million came from the legislation. And so that's what we went with.
Okay. So that's at least a target, but we can exceed that. That's our target, but we can exceed it, right? If we have more jobs?
A no head shaking.
No, we can't exceed it.
Well, that wasn't my head shaking, but Madam Chair, Commissioner, the legislation actually says up to 25 million annually.
Okay. And do we have interest from around the state, or is it concentrated?
Yes, Madam Chair and Commissioner Baker, as far as participation, yes, I have the numbers as far as how many firms we have in each of the regions, if that would answer your question.
No, I just wanted to know if we're across the state. So,
yes.
Or if it's being concentrated in one area or another.
Absolutely. Our goal is to have projects in all regions around the state and also to qualify firms in all regions around the state.
Okay. And now I've got a question for our guests. Welcome. Congratulations on winning a bid. I hope it works out fabulously for you. Could you just talk about the experience in terms of getting qualified? And was it an easy process, a difficult process? Are you glad you did it? Any ideas for us as to, how to make it better?
Well, I think,
Don't worry about it.
Chair, Vice
It's
Chair,
okay.
Commissioners, Director, thank you all for having us. Thank you for the support of the program. We are excited to be participants in it. And, your team here has handled onboarding us contractors I aggressively in terms of they were pursuing us.
Great.
And I was, initially like, is this for real here? Or is this a spam? Email, phone calls. So kudos to them. They're doing a great service for the state. And, I'll let Rachel speak to the ins and outs of kind of how we navigated getting approved and brought into the program.
Yes, thank you. Us getting into the program was very simple. It was a very easy process. Like they said, it was 10 minutes on the computer, a couple of questions. We're a WBE, so we had an easy qualification process. And getting into this program really allowed us to have an opportunity to understand how working with ODOT works. We haven't worked on an ODOT project yet. So understanding the paperwork side of things, how it goes, how it happens when going through contract, getting into Doc Express and all of those different websites that are used that might be really intimidating for someone of our size is really nice. And now we've actually pursued other ODOT projects as well because we've had this hand in understanding how this works.
We were, what did you call it?
Self-certified?
Qualified. So I had to just, fill out all the information in the documentation. It took some searching and I had to nail down all the qualifications and everything, but it was as smooth as it gets as far as the qualification process goes. These folks in the program were extremely supportive and have been the whole time. And yeah, the process has been very smooth for us so far. And it has kind of like Rachel said, I believe that it has it's kind of given us a leg to stand on. It helped us to kind of get our feet wet on some of the ODOT processes and everything that although we had worked directly with ODOT before, this was kind of a new process and it takes some practice. And so I feel like this kind of gives us a process to go and get some of these projects and have a little support along the way. So. Yeah.
I could think sometimes the paperwork alone is so daunting that it pushes people away from doing it when you have to report every little piece of what you're doing, including your wages of your employees, certifying their payroll, all of those things. And I think it discourages sometimes small businesses from doing it because they don't have the manpower or women power to get it done. It just takes a lot of time. So I'm glad that you're getting your feet wet and you're trying this. And I think that it's something we all struggle with. So especially it used to be with the federal side when you had to have DBEs and you had to show what your goal was. And even I run a transit system, so I had to show how I was going to meet my goals and who I was going to hire. And they'd always ask you, well, why aren't you using DBEs why are you not using small business? And it's like, because nobody wants to certify or qualify. So the more success that we show in this program and being able to talk to us. So in the future, if they do ask you to go and talk at the legislature, they're a little bit more sticky with the Madam Chair and the whole, addressing. And it's nerve wracking. I just want to let you know that I screwed up every single time. I forget and I just start blurting out. So don't feel bad about that. You did great. But, I want to invite you back because I want to hear more about this as we move forward because it's important to us. I think it's our goal, what we want to see happen at ODOT, and I'm glad to hear that the staff are stalkers and that they're pursuing you. So thank you for coming in. And Director, I think you would like to say something.
Yeah, Madam Chair, thank you for the opportunity. So first, also great job, and Angela, same to you as well. I mean, really more background for the commission. And this feels like a lifetime ago, but as a reminder, this is a program that was a governor's bill. She advanced this work and we were really pushing for this as an opportunity. And it's all based on the belief that there's a lot of small contractors out there that want to be primes with us. And to your point, it can be a little bit intimidating or daunting to get through that process. And so the goal here is to bring some of this development opportunity to bear and bring contractors in. And so thank you for choosing us as well and for working with the team, because some of these thresholds, like the $25 million threshold, these were all things that were embedded in the bill to really proof positive on the program. And in less than 18 months, we're seeing proof positive on the program. And so I want to congratulate the team and thank the contracting community for relying on our team and answering that pestering call to come into the program, because I think this is validating what we anticipated would be the case.
Yeah.
Any other comments or questions? You're kind of quiet there, Commissioner Chang. He goes, I'm not gonna say anything. You can't get my name right. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And I think we have a couple more agenda items. We skipped over our committee updates, and I don't think we really had any committee updates in the CIAC, and I think we're gonna. Whoops, you're not, light yourself up there. There.
We did have a brief meeting with the tolling committee, the bi-state tolling committee. It's essentially, the bottom line is we put that off. Can't really make a decision on tolling until we know how much money we need to raise.
Okay.
Won't know that until we decide what we're going to build.
Right. So Amanda, we want to hear about our strategic action plan. Yay.
That's really good. Good afternoon. For the record, Amanda Peets, Division Administrator for Policy Data and Analysis, here to end your day talking about some year-end accomplishments, which I think is appropriate at the end of the year in December here to share with you. So as you know, you all, as well as the department, has been going through a lot over the last year, especially with transportation funding. That's been taking a fair amount of time, attention, and focus of the agency as we've had legislative conversations and conversations with some of our key stakeholders. So as I go through the strategic action plan, you'll see that there's some changes in dates, but I think there's also some great accomplishments to highlight as well. So that's what I'll share with you here today. Just as a reminder, the strategic action plan was created in 2024, spans a 5-year period to really say, how are we taking our long-range direction in the Oregon Transportation Plan and the strategic direction you have all set, and how are we operationalizing that? What are those key actions that we're going to pursue to achieve some key outcomes that we have, and whether that's safety, customer service, some of those functions that we have as an organization, what are our focus areas? So it's not encompassing everything we do as an organization, but it's trying to highlight, here's some key things that we think we need to focus on over that 5-year time frame. So that's what the strategic action plan is. The outcomes that we agreed to here are these 8 reflected. Securing sufficient and reliable funding was at the top of the list and really viewed as foundational in it. That still remains the same case today, hence why we spent so much time over this last year and really 3 years leading up to it, focused on trying to stabilize transportation funding. Even the conversations we had through the maintenance and operations pieces, there are larger funding needs beyond that for preservation, for our pavement, our bridges, some of those other things. So that need continues no matter what the outcomes are of a potential referendum. Saving lives, really centering that. And the other outcome areas as well. So I'll talk about kind of accomplishments in each one of those. At the end, I'm also going to talk about kind of looking ahead of the strategic action plan and revisiting that and kind of seeing where we are at a point in time. And then I have some suggestions and thoughts for your consideration as well. Because I'm going to talk about 2025 and our accomplishments, just know that is really the milestones in terms of nesting here. So I just showed the outcome areas. Under that are the actions that say, hey, to save lives, we want to do things like improve our data. And then milestones are, we're going to work on our crash data system. So those are kind of the nesting order that you'll see things, which is important then as you look at these two pie charts, because they show slightly different numbers. And you may say, why are these different numbers? In fact, I asked that of my team when they put this chart together. But on the left side is our implementing actions. So those are kind of the higher level of, for safety, for example, we want to improve data. Milestones then to the right is the specific task that we're undertaking to do those things. You'll see that there's a proportion of the pie chart, not the majority, but a proportion on each sides that are that is yellow, and that indicates a schedule change. There's a number of reasons that there has been schedule changes that we didn't mark it as off track, but a schedule change. So an example is some of the requirements for customer service and things that we outlined were really affected by House Bill 3991. So we actually have to wait for that to pass before we were able to implement some of those pieces. We have other things where we're working on the capital investment plan, as you all know. As we've developed that process, we've really solidified the timeline. That is more known this year than it was at the beginning of last year when we set those milestones. So that's why some of these things have changed. Our commitment hasn't changed or dropped really in any of these areas. It's just the timeline has slid a little bit. So then as we turn to accomplishments in each area, obviously, I'd love to be up here fully celebrating 3991. I think you heard from Travis earlier, the uncertainty of that moving forward. So that kind of remains an outstanding piece. I mentioned a moment ago the capital investment plan. That is the fundamental thing that we're shifting towards that will change the way that we're doing business, really looking at our investments over a 10-year period. I've been out talking to each of the area commissions on transportation, mostly in person as they have those meetings, and engaging in some really great conversations. There's a lot of interest and passion from our community members, from our area commissions. They often represent elected officials from local areas. They are very excited to help contribute to our process and help identify priorities in their area. So there's a fair amount of work that we've done over this last year on the capital investment plan, even though in earnest we're talking about it actually coming together as a document in 2026. And then our plan is to finalize it by the end of next year. In the saving lives category, there's a number of things we've done, from allowing for more online citizen reporting of crashes and incidents. This is actually helpful where police reports don't always capture things like near misses, or where there's smaller accidents or crashes where there's less property damage. So it's not triggering some of the reports. So having those citizen reports actually helps us understand where we're having additional issues on our transportation system, more than just where we're seeing fatalities or serious injuries or significant police reports. In fact, about half of our records overall are represented now through this online reporting system. So it's advertised on the DMV2U system, on DMV website, and is really a nice, easy way for citizens to report things. We've also moved forward with the crash data system replacement. We got a big federal grant for that. With some of the RIF process, reduction in force processes that were gone through before, we actually lost a good share of our IT team. We lost our entire IT team. We lost some of our project managers. So we're staffing back up to get to that. So you'll see that there's some date changes there, but that is a foundational effort that we have to do for the agency, because our current crash data, if that system breaks, we have no information. And that is not just ODOT information, that is statewide for cities, counties, tribal areas, everything. So that's such a critical system. Once we get that in place, though, that's huge. It cuts down our timeliness so that we can have more up-to-date information quickly. We've also, over the time frame I've talked about, we have our initial fatal crash fear. So every single night when there's a fatality, somebody dies on our transportation system, we add that information in, we see where those hotspots and problems are. And then we created a funding pot to address those very quickly and rapidly. And that's the Vulnerable User Crash Response Program. So we have 4 that are in construction now, several that have been completed, and that's been a super great program. So as we say vulnerable users, we're talking about bicyclists, pedestrians mostly. So on these projects, we're adding lighting and illumination. We're adding rapid flashing beacons so that the crossings are safe. We're changing the pavement markings. In some cases, we're actually lowering speed limits in addition to some of these engineering solutions. So a lot of great progress there. Did you have?
I did. I
I'm
was just.
sorry, I'm
No,
staring
no,
at the.
that's okay. She just knew I had something rattling around. We're getting to know each other quite well. If a person on a bicycle gets hit by an Amtrak train, does that count in our system?
Commissioner Baker, it does.
Okay.
So we record those, and that is part of what we see at railroad crossings, and that's cataloged separately in our data set so that we can identify it uniquely as that.
Okay.
Thank you. In the next area, customer service, our Commerce and Compliance Division did a fantastic job launching what's known as the Orion system. The Orion system allows for self-service permitting for pretty straightforward permits. Since that's been implemented, what we've seen is a huge increase in people using that service. So about 40% of those permits that we issue are now using this online service, which means a huge time savings to our staff. So we can actually reduce the amount of resources from an agency perspective that we're putting towards that. And then in that time saving, also, we're able to spend more time on the more complicated permits, and our timeliness is improved by half on that. So we're able to process much, much more, serve our freight industry better on that. So that's an exciting thing that we launched this last year. So Vice Chair Breyer, I think your question, because I'm not sure you were on the mic, but I'll repeat it. Was that how do we get to a higher proportion of people using those services? So the Orion platform was launched this last year. So 40% uptake is actually pretty high to start out with. So I think we'll just see that continual use as it is a quicker response time for the customers themselves. So I think a lot of it's spreading by word of mouth. We continue to do outreach and direct contact with folks to kind of drive them to that service. So I think we'll see that increase very substantially.
Do you have something?
No, I've got something I'm saving though.
Okay.
Can you see that I'm anxious? I'm saving it.
Okay. I heard this is a friendly commission, so
Yeah,
it's going to be a friendly comment.
This is
right?
exhausting, is all I can say. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll try to keep the brevity here. So the next outcome area is preserving transportation assets. Actually, a lot of our actions in here are more around resilience. So it's really tracking and understanding what we're seeing across the transportation system. We are seeing much more flooding in all areas of the state, including Eastern Oregon, wildfires, coastal erosion. And so as part of that, and to really think about making sure that our preservation investments are lasting and appropriate to the current conditions and future conditions we'll see. We've done a lot of work really understanding what those hazards and risks are. We've worked with Dogami and other industry experts, university researchers, and being able to kind of come up with that sense of risks across the system, where we have deficiencies and what needs to be done. Obviously, the challenge will be funding for that. We have some federal dollars still for the what's known as the PROTECT program, but those are fairly limited given the scale and size of our needs. But this will be more and more important as we see areas that are becoming fully inundated. Communities can't access critical services. So this is something that we're watching really closely and trying to put strategies towards.
Yes, Vice Chair.
Trying to figure out the resource library. How does that address the problem and who's it directed to?
Yeah, so Vice Chair Breyer, the resource library is around making sure that we're pointing to the best available science on things. There's a lot of information that's out there. So making sure that we're pointing to the definitive sources of what you can expect for flooding in the next several years and the 25-year, 50-year horizon and so on. So the resource library is partly that, and then it's pulling in because there's a lot of national research on how do we make sure that infrastructure will better withstand some of these things and events that we're seeing. And so it's taking some of that newer research and then encapsulating it so we can add it to our design and our specifications.
Who's it directed at?
It's primarily directed, you'll see it's on an ODOT internal website. It is towards our designers, it's our area managers, it's our staff out on the ground to use that and make sure we're applying it. Improve equitable outcomes. Actually, I'm just going to pass this one since you all had a significant topic on this just previous to me. And the chair looks appreciative when I say things like that. So the next one, reducing emissions and electrifying Oregon's transportation system. This one has been I'll say fairly affected by federal transportation funding and direction there. So I think I've reported in the past to this commission for kind of climate activities and programs. We received over $100 million in federal funding and grants. That we've been challenged with being able to program those funds, to be able to spend and being reimbursed for those funds, but we have made some progress nonetheless. So for our NEVI program in particular, National Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Program, that's the one that's building these kind of state backbone on our major highways, north, south, east, west, of fast chargers. We've been able to work through litigation to be able to program those funds. And now we have contractors that are going to start breaking ground shortly on Interstate 205 and Interstate 5. We'll be going out very shortly, if not already, on solicitation for US 97 and pretty much the remaining corridors. So we expect those to have some of those operational by 2026.
So were any of those funds clawed back by the federal government permanently?
Yeah, Chair Brown, of the NEVI funds, they've not been permanently clawed back. However, that's where we did intercede with some litigation with other states, and we're able to successfully get a preliminary injunction that has allowed us to program those funds. There are other risks that have arisen over time in terms of changes to some of the federal rules and regulations that may make this extremely hard to build any of these stations. So there's kind of continual changes that we're monitoring very closely at the federal level that affect our ability.
Vice Chair.
That unfortunately is unlikely to change very much in the next 3 years, but I wonder if we should shift our focus internally and look at the working with DEQ and the utilities to try and do that. A lot of the need predominantly is probably within urbanized areas, our communities in general. And maybe there's opportunities there because they have the opportunity, they have the money, utilities do, to spend. It's just convincing them that they ought to do it.
Yeah, Vice Chair Byer, there's some of the larger utilities that are required now to put into place popping peas, to put into place the plans for developing electric vehicle charging infrastructure, and PGE and some others actually do that and pursue those approaches. We also have our community charging rebate program that's been highly popular and built hundreds and hundreds of chargers already in the urbanized area. And so that's an opportunity to really leverage dollars and get those built where they're needed. Other climate work is making sure that we're considering the outcomes of our investments on climate, if we're increasing emissions, decreasing emissions, and so on. So that's part of what we've looked at as the 27 to 30 STIP has come together. You'll hear about that from Tova and I next month, as we'll be bringing the draft STIP for public review. Improving access to active and public transportation, fair amount of work in this area, really looking at how we support users of the transportation system. So in particular, some of the bullets that you see up here on the screen, while they talk about data standards and that sounds wonky and not exciting, it actually is, because it enables us, when these agencies get on the same platform, to be able to pull information that helps people with trip planning, so that you can see what transit agencies are offering, even some of the demand response service, the dial a rides, and some of those services, and that gets integrated into what people can see in terms of planning their trip from point A to point B. So that's been really helpful. The other thing, the Accelerated Innovative Mobility project, what that really is doing is that's looking at creating a software so that we can better map and visualize what the transit network looks like. That really helps us to identify where there's significant gaps in the network, where we see opportunities for better connections, and other potential things to just enhance public transportation services. And then lastly, reducing congestion in the Portland region. You started your day talking about the Rose Quarter. I'm not going to get into that. You've had updates on the interstate bridge replacement. So you're very familiar with those two major projects that we're moving forward with. In addition, Region 1 is also just continuing to make sure we have operational improvements. And so that is first and foremost what we try to do when we see that there's congestion and other issues, is we try to make the system more efficient, whether that's through ramp metering, through advanced signals and timing of things, and those types of investments. So that's what we've accomplished in that area. So lastly, what I want to end on is what to look forward to in the future. So I will be back before you. I'm thinking the March timeframe makes sense, but certainly defer to you all in terms of what timing you'd like to revisit this. The strategic action plan, while a 5-year document, was always meant to be a living document. So as things change and adjust, that we figure out what actions we need to pivot to and focus on. I think the commitments that we talked about here as a whole remain in effect. We will, as an agency, continue our services that improve safety, that address climate and try to improve conditions there. So across all the outcome areas that we talk about, those actions will still continue. But if you look at where the agency sits at that point in time in March, we may be very challenged to continue to deliver on all the fronts we've historically delivered in. If our funding is dwindling, that picture will change. And so I think that presents a time and an opportunity to look back at the strategic action plan and say, what can we reasonably do? And how do we, in times that are tough, make sure we're focused on the right things that really matter and are going to make a difference? My suggestion might be, as we do that we think about narrowing some of the actions. We are working on improving our delivery. We're working on the capital investment plan, which again is foundational to moving things. And we have priorities towards our budget, our accounting, all those kinds of things. So there's things and ways that we might consider, and you all as a commission may consider, in terms of revising the strategic action plan to really show what are those few things that are super important that the agency is foundationally working on, in addition to serving all those other outcome areas that are super important. So love to hear your thoughts on that. And we were thinking we'd have maybe a workshop type format where we allow the opportunity to have a deep discussion on the strategic action plan at that time. But certainly looking forward to feedback.
Commissioner Baker.
Well, I think, and maybe for us as commissioners, as we get into this time when we're going to really have some financial constraints put on us, that this strategic action plan outcomes should be our true north. And when we're talking about the importance of funding and where we need our funding and where we need to, where we need to go, it would really be nice to have, I think, this document be the one that directs us in terms of, how we advocate and how we plan and how we fund. So I think the timing is really good. And it's too bad we don't have, next week to dive into it, because it'd be nice before the legislature gets back together for their short session. I think honestly that they've had a chance to dust this off a little bit, but just one thing to think about. And, I think back on, some of the struggles that we have had, and oftentimes technology is right at the middle of it. We don't have the tools, or we've got old tools. So, and I know it's big, and from time to time we ask Travis how much it's going to cost, and he always comes up with something over $100 million. So, there's one, Amanda, that I'd like us to think about, because I think for the efficiency in the running and the ability to plan, we ought to have our planners with the latest technology tools to be able to do their work. And I'm sure you would agree that you'd like to have the latest and greatest, and to be able to do the work that you need to do, which is so critical.
Absolutely. Thank you, Commissioner. And I wrote down as you were talking to I think supportive structures to make sure that we're successful, whether that's technology or other pieces that make that happen.
Mr. Did you?
I'm thinking.
I just-
It's a dangerous thing.
What, allowing you to talk?
To think. Probably both.
Oh, okay.
I would like to see us get a little more solid and things that we can measure as we get there. And I guess I'm generally, I understand the strategies, but I tend to be more interested in the tactics to get at the strategies and following those more closely. And I feel a little gap there. We kind of are all over the place.
Mhm. Yeah, I would concur, Vice Chair. I think there's a mix of those
Yeah.
different things in there. So providing some clarity, and then I think those
And I
targets
guess
of
the
what we're
last
trying to
point
get
is I
to.
think we need to get ourselves into the culture of really formally doing every year review of it.
Mhm.
And looking at, continuing to look 5 years ahead, but I think we want to put that into a solid routine and put some time into it. I think if we're serious about this, it would not be a waste of our time as a commission to dedicate a half a day or a day to it when we're not bothered and put it off to the last issue.
Commissioner Chapman? I mean, sorry. Shane, I told you I'm tired.
Well, you
I don't
miss-
even know.
You miss her already, huh?
I'll just call you Strickland. How's that?
Or Ken. We need a new Ken. Yeah, we need a new Ken.
Oh.
I wanted to sort of echo the idea that as we look at a time where we have more limited resources, we shouldn't just think about doing less. We should, our some proportion of our SAP should be built around that. How do we find, how do we identify that the stable funding and sustainable funding that we need, but B, efficiencies. I mean, we've just been through with all the scrutiny that we've been through, there's been so much focus on accountability and getting accountability right. That's good, but I think there's got to be ways for us to do our work more efficiently. And if we can be kind of we can be very strategic about that. It's like, where are the areas where we can accomplish some greater efficiencies so that, when people ask us, well, how do we know that this project isn't going to balloon to, 5 times the cost if we fund you for that, we can tell them what we've done to ensure that we're as effective and efficient as possible. So I don't know if there's ways to incorporate some pieces in the next strategic action plan along those lines, but I think that'd be a really valuable thing to see.
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner. And I think when these comments are super helpful in that when we come back in March, we'll try to frame some of the options and opportunities in light with some of the comments. So Commissioner Chang on what of these things could help with efficiencies, what of these things are really core to foundationally changing things to have the better outcomes that we're looking for. So those kind of activities.
Yeah.
And I think the outcomes we really need to show are improvement. I mean, again, it's sometimes I think we lack doing that and highlighting what we have accomplished. We're so busy trying to fix all the other problems that we don't give enough credit to what we have done. So when you're going through the plan and you're talking about all the things that we have accomplished, nobody hears those. We're not spending enough time really letting other people know what we're doing. I was just looking, sorry that I called you Chapman. I was looking at the minutes from the last meeting and looking at how often the commission's going to be meeting in the future. And the other thing is, we have a tendency, we try to meet every other month. Some months we meet every month, but we have some time in here. And what we don't do is like a workshop kind of situation where we spend significant time. And if you think about the strategic action plan, last time it was kind of done by our chair. And, we were filled in, the rest of the commission was filled in with the results of what the chair wanted to see go into the plan. And I really want to see the entire commission participate in it and make it meaningful along with the staff. I think that it should be a kind of like a workshop where we can actually get feedback, because if you are the staff and you're implementing a lot of these things, we need the feedback to know what is working and what isn't. We can ask for anything, but if they can't implement it, what are we doing?
Absolutely, Chair. And I think the intent again in having the March workshop is to come and say, what do we want it to be? What do we want to focus on? What are some of those items? So I think dedicating the appropriate amount of time to that will be key. And then staff to kind of come back, respond with a proposal in meetings thereafter and see if that's hitting the mark with the commission.
And that's the question too for the commission is, so we're gonna meet in on March 12th. Do you want to do a workshop adjacent to that, or do you want to even do a workshop at a different time? And the other thing that there's nothing in May or April.
Would
I mean-
would a workshop be a different space or a different layout, format?
Well, I think it almost needs to be, and I mean, you can do virtually, but I think you lose some of that. And so if we had it, I mean, something to think about, if we're gonna include staff, doing it in the basement where everybody can sit around a table and have a conversation versus, trying to do all these things. But again, if we stack them on top of each other, do people have the bandwidth to be able to miss a couple days, which is sometimes hard for us because we do work or have other, obligations, or do we want to look at April or a different time in March?
Madam Chair, I might just throw something in, recognizing that the value of my opinion is diminishing at a very rapid rate right now, but
It's all right, Ken, we understand.
yeah,
these
exactly.
things.
But
That's three.
That's right. But I would offer this, that Amanda's making a point that the SAP could grow, and as it grows, your attention to each individual item starts to diminish because it gets carved up. And so maybe you're better off to narrow some of that as you look at the SAP. I think there's value in that. And I think if that is what the commission's desire is, then you have to do that paired with what you want to measure in the state of the agency dashboard and dovetail these pieces together, because you're still going to have a whole litany of things that have to be measured and reported. And I don't think Amanda's suggesting to dismiss those. In fact, to double down on many of those things, because the CIP is embedded in that and other things. But then the SAP can really narrow what the forward focus is. So if you're going to workshop, I would offer that workshopping the KPIs, workshopping the state of the agency dashboard, and workshopping the strategic action plan together is the right way to dovetail.
Vice Chair.
Well, I think there is a balance here. I mean, the reality is ODOT has a lot of responsibilities and they're ongoing and they're just kind of day-to-day stuff. And we can't quit doing that. And we should be informed as a board on that information. But the strategic thing is the few things that we're going to focus on in addition to that. I don't think we want to mix the two up.
Well, I think one of the things you have to think about is when you were going through the list, so I don't know if we can go back to the slide. Let's see, which one was it? To think if my brain will work.
Outcomes.
Maybe it was.
I mean, gold
outcomes.
star, if you can remember the slide number.
Was it the first, second, third? Yeah, could you put it up? Sorry.
And I'll
Okay,
talk
go
about it.
back. Well, all of these. Okay, so when we're looking at some of these are a constraint right now because of funding. But it doesn't mean it's not important and the priority shouldn't be there. It's just that that's where I think what you were talking about was what is it that we want to really prioritize and look at, because we know we can accomplish and not lose the rest.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I'm just a little
Go
passionate
ahead.
about this. That is exactly right. And if you inadvertently, and I mean inadvertently, it's because staff would get busy with a bunch of other things, and then you maybe don't focus on the elements because they're not in that kind of reporting metric. Or the commission's focused on big projects, right? And you don't get enough of that engagement time. You will lose the value of reporting the loss in outcomes due to the lack of funding. And so you have to capture what's occurring based upon the funding and what that connective element is, which means you have to continue reporting on it.
Well, and some of it, I mean, constraint also can force you to look at things in different ways and how we might partner with other people who have resources, or working together, we can create resources.
Well, I look at provide excellent customer service when you talk about that in our situation. We may, we have goals of how I'll use DMV as an example of how quickly we respond to customers, either on the phone, et cetera. But if we're under a constraint of staffing, what are we gonna do? And how do we pivot to make it?
In some cases, as we're finding at DMV, one of the goals can be, like many industries doing now, is force the customer to do the work.
Well, if you think about the kiosks, I mean, there's a good example of being able to get services in a grocery store, cost money, but if you don't want to sit there on the phone and wait for your turn, there's a way of solving your own problem. When they were talking about self-certification with small business, there's another example of you don't want to go through all the process. You can do all these things yourself and achieve the same kind of outcome. But then making sure that you're, reporting it.
That permitting system.
Right. Well, what made me wonder about the permitting system is if we had an increase of permits that were let because we have this new system, how many people were sneaking through without on the compliance side? And you hear the truckers yell about it, of non-compliance. It shows that they probably are right with what they were saying.
Well, I'm not sure you can get to that conclusion.
I'm going to jump to that conclusion because I want to, and because Jim is in the.
Yeah, I know.
Chair, I might offer as we think about these discussions here in the future, and based on what you were saying, and then my personal opinion, I would suggest a half-day workshop prior to or after a commission meeting, if you're able to squeeze that in the March timeframe. And then we'll certainly prepare kind of a comprehensive, I think it allows for both diving in where it's helpful and allowing just natural conversation. I think in typical presentations, it doesn't do that in the same way. So what I would offer is just talking about this and kind of where we're at and how we've structured things, our key outcomes. We can talk about the key performance indicators and the state of the system dashboard, what that shows. And I would offer where are the biggest, where does staff think some of the biggest opportunities are for efficiencies? Where do we see some of the game changer things? Where do we and the commission see some of the biggest criticism coming to the agency and therefore the biggest opportunities for improvement? So I think having all those things in then to consider as you debate and figure out that balance between our core services and accountability to the outcomes and those few strategic actions that we want to highlight as key and important to the agency and the commission. So
well, if you go back to the list, the funding's at the top. It'll always be number one priority.
The one that's out of our reach.
If we do it in March too, I think it would give Lisa a chance to come up to speed really fast in her role in terms of where our priorities are.
Our March meeting, do we have a time frame? How is that an all-day meeting? What do we have set?
Madam Chair, I wouldn't be opposed if we're going to do these kinds of things and have a dedicated time of planning on a 2-day meeting. With 1 day our regular business, the next one, maybe something more.
My challenge is that my regular Board of Commissioners meeting, Board of County Commissioners meeting is Wednesday.
Wednesdays.
So
Are people opposed to a Thursday? I mean, a Friday, sorry.
So I was also gonna say, with enough advance notice, I can probably set it up so I did my Board of County Commissioners meeting in the morning from Salem, or some retreat location, and then we did our half day on Wednesday afternoon, and then
Wouldn't be bad. I mean, if you're doing something like that, having a planning session or something in the afternoon, we're going to be here, spend the night, maybe have dinner together. And that would open up the possibility of reaching out to the legislators and bringing them
Well, I
in for
think in
dinner.
March,
meeting.
they wanted to meet with us.
We'd have to
anyway.
find a way to pay for their dinner. With all of their lovely new policies they've adopted.
Sorry, didn't, wait,
Boy,
I
I'm
gotta
having
turn
a
my
fun day
microphone
beating
off.
up on the legislature.
Quit mumbling over there.
I got it.
Okay, so. Jeez Louise. Question for the commission then. Is it, do you? And I'm sorry, Commissioner Chang, I got it right this time. Maybe you can get back to us and tell us if that's a possibility of trying to do the Wednesday afternoon, do your Wednesday commission meeting from here.
I mean, if I knew that, if I knew a couple months out, I could basically demand that on my county's end.
Was there also a legislative dinner that night anyway, or no?
One
More question.
One more question about this. So if I assume
Commissioner Chapman will be replaced.
Yes.
Does March make sense in terms of the sequence of bringing someone new in?
I don't think it'll be quick. And then I guess my understanding it's not gonna be quick. And I believe that there'd have to be a Senate hearing, and that wouldn't be, as far as commission appointments usually are in September,
Well, I mean,
or will they
multiple-
do one earlier?
The governor can offer up appointments multiple times a year, so I think the option exists there. I might suggest that we probe on some of those questions, also on the timing piece, and come back with a couple of options for the commission to consider, recognizing that what I'm hearing is, let's not try and cram it all into a day. Let's have your regular meeting, and let's have a workshop meeting, and let's make sure that workshop has some other things attached to it as well, like the possibility for connecting with the legislative leadership.
The one piece I may offer too is that I think the workshop is the beginning of the conversation. The workshop is, how do you want to frame it? How do you want to restructure things with additional opportunities that staff would come back, kind of share how we've taken the direction that you've given and modified pieces before we're finalizing things too. So just food for thought in terms of timing of when somebody comes on board, that there wouldn't just be one bite at the apple.
And we might have our hands full. Anyway.
Thank you.
Thank you. That is it for us. That's true. So that's something else to think about. We are done. So with that, I'm looking for a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All right,
Lots of
we are
seconds.
adjourned. Thank you again, Ken.